Okay, hi everyone.
Hi.
So exciting. We're gonna give some people time to join. I already see that ML is here, which is so nice of her. Hi, ML. First comment award goes to you for sure. Uh, First off, though, this is very exciting because one, Carly and I are finally talking face to face for the
I
first time.
know.
So
That
exciting.
that is
If
exciting.
anyone isn't following Carly, just check out Bookish Pixie Reads, not only on YouTube, but on Instagram, which is how we met first, which I think
Yes.
is very fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to give a little bit of information about yourself, like, I don't know, what kind of content you have, what you're reading, all that jazz.
I'm Carly. Um, Currently, I'm reading Murder in Old Bombay because of you. Um, but I kind of read a bit of everything. I mainly kind of do mysteries, but then like as I've been doing since I started book content, I've been keeping like a tally of genres and racial ethnicities of authors and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I do read more. I read less mysteries than I thought I did. And
Mm-hmm.
but I still read like mostly fiction, kind of a bit of everything. Romance is like my least favorite thing, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying. Um, but and I started doing audio nonfiction on audiobooks. Because I used to like I can't do nonfiction. I cannot read nonfiction. My husband's always like, just read it. And I'm like, I can't read it. And then I just try reading a nonfiction book for 3 months, 4 months until the book's due back
Mm-hmm.
at the library. And that's the only time I stop reading it. And then I read nothing else. So I just don't do it. And then I was like, let me try audiobooks. So I've been doing a lot of nonfiction on audiobooks.
Mm-hmm.
And I have very unpopular opinions, but very popular books. And
Which we love.
I'm
I'm
not
totally for
afraid to
that.
say that I don't like a book. I was somebody on a Facebook book group I'm a part of was asking like, oh, my book club started a group. What would y'all like to see on Instagram? And I was like, I want to see negative reviews. Like I feel like there's so few people that tell
Mm-hmm.
people I don't like this book. It's like people are afraid of like, well, we don't want to insult the authors. I'm like, well, then how do I know I trust you if you say everything is great? Like I found you, I
Mm-hmm.
think I was searching hashtags of book titles. I was like, oh, I want to see if someone so what people are saying about this book that I love. And I think
Mm-hmm.
you had posted about a book I loved. And I was like, oh my God, who's this person? And then I was scrolling through your feed and you had read a couple other books that I had read that were kind of random backlist, not
Mm-hmm.
popular things. And I was like, well, who's Leandra? Oh my God. And then like reading your reviews and I'm like, okay, I can kind of like I can get a good idea of what it is that you
Mm-hmm.
like and why you like something and why you dislike something. And so I'm like, well, then I can trust what you have to say. But like, if
Mm-hmm.
people are just like, everything is amazing, and it's like, well, I don't. And yeah, everybody has different tastes, and that's completely valid. And but it's
Mm-hmm.
like whether or not our tastes jive is a different thing. Like,
Yeah, totally. And well, I think for you and me, we connected initially with mysteries, but also
mm,
middle grade because I think
yes,
you and I like
yes.
to read middle grade, which
I
sometimes
think that's
again there's
how
a stigma with adults who don't, but it's like middle grade can be amazing,
I
you
think that's
know?
how I found you was a middle grade
Hmm.
book. I
Oh
think
my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah. And then
was
even
Staffy's
with
Angel.
which one?
Staffy's Angel with Hillary by Hillary.
Yes.
That's
Oh
how I
my
found you.
gosh. Yeah,
Is
which is so funny because that was actually a gift from a friend. A friend gave that to me because that was her favorite book, when she was growing up. And so, yeah, that's so funny. Oh my
yeah,
gosh, blast from the past.
yeah. I came to that book as a strip from when I worked at Barnes and Noble. Like I didn't even know about that series till I was a full grown adult. Got it as a strip,
Same.
and I was like, I'm obsessed. This is amazing.
Mhm.
This is the best thing, and forever in love.
Yeah. Well,
But
because when my friend gave it to me, I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize this was a series." And she's like, "Yeah, no, when she was a kid, she only read it as a standalone, and she
mm-hmm.
didn't know
Yeah,
that it
because
actually went on either."
it totally works as a standalone. It doesn't need to
Mhm.
be anything
Yeah.
else.
Mhm.
But yeah, absolutely middle grade. I do enjoy a good middle grade.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in
Oh,
wanting
I'm
to
so
start.
excited that you're reading Murder in Old Bombay, though.
Yeah,
I hope you like. I really do. Like, it's always a bit nerve-wracking, but I hope you like find it interesting.
I do find it interesting. This is where I'm at. I'm about a third of the way through,
Mhm.
and I think like I don't think it's bad. I think
Yeah.
it's not what I needed it to be. It's not what I
Mm.
was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
And so I'm having
Mhm.
to like adjust. I think I was in the mood for something like it's very cozy.
Mhm.
I do like cozy mysteries, but I was looking for something a little like harder and grittier, I think.
Yeah.
And then
Mhm.
I was reading this and I was like, "Oh, that's not what this is." And that's fine, but I think that's what
Mhm.
I wanted out of it. And so I'm like just having to readjust, because I do want to read the second one because it's World's Fair, and I love World's Fair stuff. So I really want to get to that. And I looked up the author the other day, and I saw that she had the third one's been announced. It's got a cover and everything on Goodreads. So I'm like, well, I'll have to get around to that as well.
Yeah, I will say it gets more actiony. Like the thing is when you're reading it, you're kind of it doesn't, like, it says Murder in Old Bombay, but a lot of the action doesn't happen in Bombay, and I don't think you've gotten to the point where he's left,
because like he's about to leave. He's about to get on the ladies
on the train.
Go. Yeah, he's about
yes. So I think it'll be interesting once you kind of, I think because I think there's a tendency for those who are like Indian authors or Indian American authors where they give a lot of detail. So it feels slower paced until the action picks up. And then you'll kind of see, because he travels all throughout India. Like he travels to the north, he travels to the south, like outside of like to like the princely states where they've kind of talked about the political things. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I liked this one more than I liked book 2. But I think that's because I had different preferences in regards to how like the narration styles. Well, we'll see what you think. We'll see what you think once we get to it. Yeah.
But have you? I can't remember when you read it. If you read it before or after we were doing the Josephine Tay thing that we both failed on.
Yeah.
But the beginning of it felt a little bit like a throw. Like, I'm not sure if it was intentional or just coincidental, but to The Daughter of Time. It opens up with him in a hospital, and he's been in the hospital forever, and he's bored, and he's reading the newspapers, and he finds out of this case, and then he's like, oh, this doesn't seem right. I want to go solve it. Not hundreds of years in the future, but like a little bit in the future, to where he's cold scenes, witnesses are just, like not a non-active scene. And I was like, I wonder if this is intentional, if it's just a coincidence, because it's not as where he's solving a case from a hospital bed. He's actively solving a case. But I was wondering if the beginning felt very much like a send up.
That's so true. I'd never noticed that. I more so noticed that obviously like Nev March has one of his idols be Sherlock Holmes. And so like that's mainly, of course, like what I was drawn to, just because it's also set like right at what I thought was interesting. It was set right as Sherlock Holmes was being written, like the stories were. So it was like very new because it's like I think it's like 1892, and the like Arthur Conan Doyle was writing Sherlock Holmes like in like the 1880s, 1890s, 1900 kind of era. So I was like, this is as he's being written, so it's just kind of funny to think of it that way. So it's kind of interesting. I think that it's definitely more action packed, and you'll see him like in different disguises as well, which is very Sherlock Holmesy. So like I think once you set the stage, and once he leaves Bombay, that's when like it just kind of becomes more of an adventure story. So we'll see what you think.
If the second one's based off of a real thing, because I know this one's based off of an actual real kind of like.
So I know that the first one was based off of like kind of realish events, whereas the second book, obviously like the Chicago World Fair was real, but I don't think any of the mystery, like I think what she does in that one, it's actually, this isn't a spoiler, a lot of it is to do with like the working class, working conditions, how there were a lot of like labor strikes. And there's a lot of struggle in between like the lower classes and like basically like the Rockefellers of the time. And like there was like a lot of like social class clashes in regards to like what's going on, like domestic terrorism, in regards to finally getting the rights they deserve, like civil disobedience versus do we take action and cause violence to get what we need. And so March does bring up a lot of various like labor strikes that happened during that time. And because they kind of reference like, oh yeah, I remember back in this city when that happened, is that happening in Chicago now? And so it is kind of interesting. And then like also just in regards to immigration, it's also interesting because obviously they are like Indians who have come over to the US. So they're experiencing like the different social classes in comparison to the caste system that they're used to. They're not used to what's going on in regards to like those who are like Black citizens and like what they're experiencing at the time. And so it's like it's kind of like a high learning curve for them, trying to understand where they sit in the community versus like they were very comfortable with the caste system in India or in the British Raj. And so it's kind of interesting that way to mostly see that. There's also a character where I want to say March's intention was that it was going to be like an early trans character, like an early example of a trans person. Like they didn't necessarily have that language during the time, but you can very much see that that's happening, which so like I kind of liked that and how they were like how March kind of tried to introduce diversity again to the extent of what could be realistic during the time. So I don't know. We'll see what you think about it. Like I liked all of that. I just don't think I like the narrative style of that one. Yeah. But yes, so now people are here, which is so exciting. So yeah, hi, excited for sprinting. Yeah, us too, ML. Tina's here. Hi, Tina. Tina's a big cozy mystery writer, or reader, so she's probably really interested in what we're talking about. Jessica, hi, welcome. Hi, Glenda. Yes, hi, everyone. This is so exciting. Yeah, lovely. Yahoo! Yes, this is Carly's first time ever doing reading sprints. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy yourself, and then
I think I will.
You can just on your channel, whatever the case is.
No, because I think the first time I did sprints, because all of a sudden it like blew up all over my stuff, and I was like, "What is sprints? What is happening?" And I thought it was actually kind of weird. I was like, "This is a strange thing. Like, why do I have to? I could just read. Like, what are we doing?" And then I had to work a Saturday, and Saturdays at my job are kind of dead. It's very much watching a lot of Hulu and then doing a thing and then watching a lot of Hulu. And you were doing sprints with somebody. I can't remember who, but it was, and I was like, because I brought my book, I brought a bunch of stuff. And so I was like, well, I'll do sprints. And then I was like, oh, this is a great way, especially if I'm like kind of stuck in a book or kind of having a little trouble, like where I'm distracted. I'm easily, let me see what's on my phone. Let me see. I'm not sucked into it. I'm like, it's a great way to like, kind of focus me in to be like, this is kind of accountability. I have this 45 minutes. Let me see how far I can get without being, it felt like a little bit more of an accountability check, even though I wasn't even like, I was just a commenter, or whatever. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. This is way cooler than I expected.
And so and you know it's going to end. You're like, okay, at 45 minutes, I can stop. And you almost know that your brain can reset rather than being like, I'm going to sit down, try to read. I don't know how long I'm going to be sitting here. It's like, no, focus for 45 and then I can just do whatever I want.
So what are you reading?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I didn't even say what I was reading. I have 2 books that I'm juggling right now. One is called Killing Me by Michelle Gagnon, I think. And it's her first ever novel. It's a bit more like, it's reminding me of like Ocean's 8, Ocean's 11.
Oh, okay.
But it's described as a thriller that's humorous, which is also just weird. It opens up where the main character, it's first person, and she's like, I can't believe this happened to me. I've been abducted by a serial killer. Like, this is what's going on. She's like, how have I become that girl? And it's just, so it's like this kind of like edgy where you're like worried for her, but then also there's like this kind of funny dialogue going on. And then like, this isn't a spoiler because it happens quite quickly, but she gets away by the help of this like masked woman who basically says, okay, you're free, you go, like, whatever you're doing, call the cops, but wait until I leave. And so then, like, because of the main character's past, she's like, well, I can't get involved with the police either. So I'm going to send an anonymous tip, and then I got to leave. I got to get a new identity, because she apparently, her background was like, she was pretty much like in the con game. She kept conning people, getting money. That's what she was raised to do from her family. And she finds herself mixed up in, it's just chaos. Like, she finds herself mixed up in, like, she goes off to Las Vegas. That's where I'm at now. And she discovers that she's like, oh, like the masked woman is really good with tech things. So she keeps getting these anonymous texts from that woman saying, checking in, like, blah, blah, blah. And she realizes that she's pretty much been told, like, unconsciously, to go to Las Vegas to this hotel where there has already been a couple murders. And so now she feels like she's being wrapped up into trying to help solve this thing. And I don't really know what's going on, but I'm kind of enjoying the kind of edgier, maybe like women vigilante kind of thing, like where they're bringing justice into their own hands and like trying to solve these like serial killings. So I'm enjoying that, and I'm listening to that on audiobook as well. And then for the longest time, I've been reading Obelisks at Sea, and this is by C. Daly King. It's an American Golden Age detective fiction novel, and I am enjoying it. It's just one of those really slow-paced kind of like classic Golden Age things. And I think that the author, he was originally a psychologist, and So he's kind of got to get like a group of sleuths. His 4 sleuths are like all psychologists on this transatlantic cruise when like this murder happens, and they've been called onto the case to kind of help solve things. And each psychologist has his own section, and each one has his own kind of like style, his own expertise in psychology. And you can just tell that the author is like having a lot of fun with himself, because like one of the characters' names is Dr. Frank Behavior. So it's like Frank Behavior. He's a behavioralist. So like all of the characters have that kind of like name association. Like there was like Dr. Malcolm Plex, male complex, talking about, yeah. So like you can tell that the author's like, he's having the funnest time of his life writing this, and like you can see some of the jokes, but I feel like it's not going to end up being like my favorite mystery. But it's okay. So I think I'm enjoying Killing Me a little bit more. It's a little bit more fun, more modern writing, which I think is easier for the brain to also grasp. So so I'm probably going to be juggling between that, and also during these sprints I might actually listen to the audiobook and then just go off and go for a walk, and then I'll come back when we come back to talk, get some exercise in, you know, all that jazz.
I wanted to ask you, did you finish? So I watched your May wrap up the other day, and the book that you were reading at the end that you hadn't finished yet, the one that you described, I can't remember the name of it, it's Vivian something, the one that was like Girl Friday with Maisel. Because I promptly went, I was like, his Girl Friday is one of my favorite movies. I love Miss Maisel. I went and put it on my list. But how did you like it?
I really liked it. I ended up giving it, I think I gave it 4 stars. I really loved it. I'm excited for book 2 already. I'm hoping to read book 2 this month, actually. So it's called Viviana Valentine Gets Her Man. And yeah, that's historical fiction set in 1950s. And just like, I was into the language, into the culture. Like it felt like the author kind of like had a lot of fun.
Excellent.
That Girl Friday into it. Yeah. So I think you would have fun with it. I really liked it.
I immediately added it to my list, but so I was like, oh, I have to find out how you ended up liking it at the end.
Yeah. I will say I listened to that in audiobook. So like I got like kind of like the accent as well. It was just really fun, extra texture. Like I thought the voice narrator did a really good job. So if anyone who's into audiobooks wants to do that, like I would recommend it. But yes, I forgot. Hi, Cher. Hello.
That's my cousin.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
She has a Instagram account, Cher. I don't know if you want to tell everybody because I can't remember the name of it right now, but she mostly posts a lot of crafty things. She quilts and stuff. But in her Instagram stories, she actually will like kind of post the cover of a book and be like, and just like a quick little blurb of loved this, hated this, blah, blah, blah. But she's got like a cute little Instagram account too.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, definitely share it, because we've got a bunch of crafters who are in the comments too. Like Tina is a big crafter. I see Nicole down a bit lower. We'll get to her for Dusty Book Sniffers, who also has a crafting channel, by the way. So also Nicole, if you want to share that, it's really big. Like it's actually huge. Like I want to say Nicole is famous in the crafting world. You might not agree with me, but I've seen it and it seems really big. So yeah, definitely everyone connect. So ML saying hi to everyone. So nice. Yeah, so that's Nicole for Dusty Book Sniffers, who ML mentioned. It's so sweet. Yeah, nice to meet you. Lovely. Yeah. Oh gosh. Sorry, I'm like interrupting your guys' chat. Just woke up. Yeah, so Nicole's also, she's based in Australia. So she just woke up.
Oh my goodness. Good morning.
Yeah, make it some cryptic. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, good morning to you. It's like early evening for us. Oh, it's so sweet. Yeah, everyone says it's so nice to meet Carly, which I love. Let's see here. I am the exact same way with can only do nonfiction. Well, the one thing about audio with nonfiction that I wanted to mention, I promise we're going to get to as print at some point, is that audiobook, what's nice is it's usually, not always, but usually read by the writer, like the person who wrote the book. I feel like not always. Like I think you were reading People Love Dead Jews. I know that wasn't read aloud by the.
It was an amazing reader, though.
Yes, I agree.
She was phenomenal. Like I was like, who are you?
Yeah, just like the emotion, her cadence, her ability to deliver. Yeah, I really like that narrator so much. So I think that it can be just a bit more digestible. With nonfiction, I feel like I always have to like read a chapter and then just step away so I can process the information, and that's why it takes forever.
I feel like I need a story. I need like an active story, and a lot of it just, even when it is sort of a story, like I read years ago, and last year I audiobooked it for the second time, but I did Devil in the White City. And I'm a fair buff. Like I loved it. Serial killing, World's Fair. And it still took me months to get through. And then even the audiobook, I was still like, oh my God, like I love this. But oh my god, like
I know.
mind trip for me.
Yeah, I'm better with memoir, but I think that's because it's a bit more
Yes.
literary. They're adding a bit more, like it just seems a bit flowy. They make it sound a bit more like story-like.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, like hello, lovely, everyone's saying hi. Yeah, welcome, welcome. I'm also trying to speed through comments, so sorry if I'm going a bit quickly, but I always feel badly if we're talking for too long, and then I'm a chatterbox. So.
I've actually been wondering if I would do better with romance books if I listened to them on audio. I haven't actually tried that yet. Because I think I get too nitpicky with audio with romance, where I'm like, I get like enraged by small things, and like would I notice those small things less if I wasn't like physically if I was doing them on audio. I haven't actually tried that experiment yet, but
I will say that I listen to more romance than I read. Like I definitely do that. I think that it's a bit more like it's a bit easier for me to be like, yeah, okay, I'll just listen to this. And I'm a little less critical because like also the moments just go by so quickly that if I'm kind of like, oh, that was cheesy, or oh, the dialogue was a bit off for me. Well, it's already passed. They're already moving on, and so I can't even pause to really reflect too hard on it. So that might work for you. I think that has worked really well for me. Audiobooks are amazing. They are only reason I'm a reader. Yeah, for sure. Like I honestly, a whole new world for me with audiobooks. I'm obsessed with them now. Are we thinking long sprints or just for a couple hours? No pressure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have anything to do this evening, so
husband free theoretically till 10 p.m. Central. Whether or not my husband's like, I'm coming home after 10, and I'm like, are you? It's a work event thing. That's a big deal. Okay. And so I know he's definitely gone till 10. And then but last year he was out till like 2 a.m. He's like, not doing that this year.
Oh
like,
my
don't believe you.
Like, yeah, just go have fun. Like, that's fine.
Do what you do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing sprints. So I have no plans.
Okay, sweet.
But
good. That also makes me feel a little bit less badly about having a longer talking time this time, because I'm always like, oh, like depending on how many people want so many sprints, but it's like, oh, okay, we've got time to read all night. Yeah, like, hi, Camilla. Yeah, hello, lovely. Oh my goodness. This is one of my favorite things is how everyone takes the time to greet each other in the comments, because it's like,
so nice.
Yeah, everyone's each other's friends anyway. We're just like talking heads, and like they can go on in their own conversations.
I recognize a lot of people from like your sprints that I've seen. Like I've seen that y'all have like a little collective of people that y'all do sprints with all the time. And so like I recognize certain people's names and things.
I know, and it's so sweet. And I don't know how it's kind of culminated to be that way, but it's so nice to know like I pretty much recognize every single person in the comments. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, sprints are a motivator. Totally. I think that was Glenda's response to kind of your being like, oh my gosh, yes, like 45 minutes of concentration. And then because we also live in a world where it's just so hard to concentrate sometimes. We've got so much stimuli, stress, other things on our mind that, this helps. And you don't even have to read. You can use it for productivity. You can like clean for 30 minutes or do whatever you got to do. Yeah. I'm not reading a cozy mystery tonight, but I need to start one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, what are you reading right now then? Like, that's what I want to know. What is anyone reading? We haven't even asked anyone. What are you all reading today? Let's see here. I am presently looking for a cozy mystery to read. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you have any like books you're already thinking about. I think the most recent cozy that I really appreciated was actually the one that I know Tina read it too. It's A Half-Baked Murder. I think I was telling you about it.
You have. I kind of want to go put that on my list just because I'm curious about the.
Yeah.
It's such a younger vibe. Like so many, I think cozy mysteries is the middle-aged woman who's recently divorced, who's starting her life and left her high-paying lawyer job to open a tea shop or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, this is like it sounds like a younger, like just different kind of spin on that story.
Yeah. And I think the author did a really good job of like, because there are certain tropes, there are certain elements for the cozies that like long-time cozy readers would want to see. And so I think the author does a good balance where it doesn't feel like it's too new, where people are rejecting it altogether. Like, I think she's kind of easing us into a newer, more progressive kind of idea, especially with obviously it being a cannabis cafe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. And yeah, I remember I gave the book 4 stars, and I think Tina said that she gave it like 4.5. So no one I've met has like hated it, at least.
Okay.
Let's see. Yes, more hellos. Look at me go, remembering names. Yes, Nicole, good job. I know, I feel like I'm always like questioning. I'm like, do I remember this person's name? I'm so nervous. But yeah, if I ever say anyone's name like incorrectly or I mispronounce it, just let us know so that we can correct it, because I never want someone to feel like they have to just be like, okay, I guess I'll pretend I'm this person now. Jen Apai Reads. Oh my gosh, I like your name. Hi all. I think this is my first time on your sprints. I think so too. Yes, hello, welcome. I'm trying to get through Chain Gang All Stars. Oh my gosh, Chain Gang All Stars. I don't know, which I was super into at the beginning, but now I'm slowing down. I don't know if I'm familiar with that title.
I'm promptly good readings this right now.
Yeah, definitely. Because well, I'm wondering what the genre is even. Jen, if you want to like give us a little bit more information in the comments, because yeah, it sounds interesting. I hope it picks up again. Maybe it's just one of those ebbs and flowing kind of books. Yes, Glenda's welcoming the newcomer. Thanks, Glenda, for doing that. Lovely. Camilla, what theme of a cozy are you looking for? Yeah, I was gonna say Tina is the one to ask. She can talk you through everything. Yeah, what are you reading today? She's asking Nicole. I'm listening to Wheel of Time, book 5, and crafting my day away. Yeah, like I said, Nicole is such a crafter. I've never read anything in like the Wheel of Time. Like, I've never started that series. I don't know if you have.
I have friends who are obsessed. I have not. Fantasy is not like, I'm not an anti-fantasy person. I just haven't like delved into fantasy. Like, I've done the Harry Potter, but like,
yeah, right.
a little bit of middle grade fantasy, but nothing like super. I've done Game of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire. I've done that, but like, of what exists. But outside of sort of that, I haven't really gotten into. I tried to read Dune and I got 15 pages in. Like, I need to go back. I wasn't like anti-Dune. It's just I have trouble a little bit with. I noticed this even when I read Harry Potter back when, like, I remember this specifically with 5, and I remember I think it was 5, might have been 4. Also with shoot, I keep forgetting the name of this book. The British book by the guy who made it a radio show first, and then The Car, and then 42 is the Answer, and they made a movie out of it with Alan Rickman.
What?
Oh God, what's the name of this movie? It's a very famous sci-fi British book that I can't remember.
Oh, War of the Worlds?
No. Or, it's silly. It's supposed to be silly. It's you'll know it. You'll know it once I say it. And I was talking about this to somebody the other day, and I couldn't remember it even then. Let's see. And Mos Def is in it. It's Martin Freeman. I think Alan Rickman.
Oh, maybe I do know what you're talking about. Was it like when there were zombies, or when there was? Oh, yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yep, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, and you read that? Did you like that?
I didn't even get that far, and I think part of the problem was I should go back. Like, I want to go back. Because I think at the time I was reading it, I had a very high stress, very busy job, and I was exhausted all the time. And so it took me forever to like sit with a book and read it. And this was my problem with, I think, this one Harry Potter book that I got through, and I read it because I was obsessed with Harry Potter at the time. Was that when there's too many like made up words, and they're big words, and they're like, I almost have trouble like even though they're context in there, and I know what you're going for and I know what you're talking about, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I remember having like a lot of these just made up, like, it's been too long, but just made up words and made up things, and I was like, and I was like, I don't know, like, I need to have more time and more space to sit with that. And I think that's been a little bit of my hesitancy with
especially with like adult high fantasy. Like, I'm always worried I'm not going to understand the world, because it's supposed to be complex. There's a lot of world building. That's usually why they're chunky books, because there's a lot of detail, like whether it's a new political system, new languages, and I'm just like, am I like do I
It
have the
might though.
processing power to
Yeah.
understand this and
Yeah.
like not feel stupid?
Yeah. And so I'm like, I need to go back to
Yeah.
because like the stuff I've read, I've liked for the most part. I
Mhm.
haven't like come across and being like, this is trash. I hate this. It's just where I'm like, I need to have the time to sit with it.
Oh
And
yeah.
and I
Mhm.
just haven't made that time or and nothing is really
Mhm.
I kind of want to start reading the other guy who wrote Good Omens. That's not Neil Gaiman. He passed away. His series.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking.
Um
Who's that?
I can't remember his name. I'm like I feel like I'm just getting way too old. I can't remember anything anymore. But
Terry Pratchett?
yeah, yes. His
Hmm.
series that's sort of like so one of my friends is like one of my real life book friends is super into this and into his books and it's very I don't know if you know about his series. It's like
No.
sort of comedy fantasy, but
Oh.
but also like it's series but not series but also like multi genres. So you might have
Mhm.
like mystery fantasy within this world where you might have like cops and it's a cop story but in the
Mhm.
fantasy of this world, and then like you might get fantasy like a more fantasy or a more romance story of different
Mhm.
characters in the world. Like it's all centered in this world, and so you can kind of jump around depending. You might get a mini mystery
Mhm.
series from like 3 of these people, and then you might get a different. Maybe you might
Oh, I
have
kind of
crossover
like
characters.
that.
I love that, and I think there's even like
Yeah.
kids books that are in the world. I'm not sure. Like I haven't dug super deep into it, but it
Mhm.
always sounds fascinating, and I'm always like, I need to go and do that, and then I never do.
Yeah, that
But
actually does sound really interesting. I might have
yeah.
well, I mean, I'm gonna look into it, but then there's always, like, all these other series or
Uh-huh.
books that I'm planning on reading, and you're just like it gets lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I've
mm-mm.
been really overwhelmed lately. I've been feeling I've been wanting to read too many things, and there's just not enough time in the day and in life. And I'm like, I'm
Mhm.
never going to read all the books I want to read. I've been having
I
like
know, and then there's
a
new
blur.
books being published all the time, and you're just
Yes.
like, "What is going on?" I have so many books out at the library at the moment, and I'm just like, "Am I even gonna read these before I have to
Yeah.
bring them back?" I don't know, I
Yeah.
hope, but who knows? I'll take any suggestions. Yeah, definitely take any suggestions that Tina recommends for sure. Nora Roberts, she's asking Tina if she's still into that. You're too sweet. Yes, yes, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yay! Woohoo! So if anyone missed, this is Carly's cousin. So go support. Perfect. Thanks for sharing. Nicole is very, very talented. Yep. I was gonna say, especially if anyone wants to learn, I'm pretty sure Nicole has like a bunch of like beginner and like advanced, and I've been meaning to learn, and if I'm going to learn, I'm pretty much going to go to Nicole's channel to figure it out.
I'll
So.
have to go follow her. I follow some crafter people, so I should go follow
Mhm.
her.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I mean, Nicole has like a Patreon. Like, that's what like I'm saying. She's
Oh,
legit. Like, that's what I'm
oh,
saying. Is like, I'm pretty sure she's legit, and so she can
yeah,
probably teach anyone how to do it. Yeah, Camilla, I'm reading a Nora Roberts right now, Rising Tides. I've never actually tried Nora Roberts either. That's someone
yeah. I
I've
haven't
never
either.
tried. Cool. I added one of her books to my wish list. Lovely. Oh, thank you, Leandra. This is Nicole. I wouldn't say famous, but my craft channel is, oh yeah, Devarna Lee Design Studio with Nicole Reed. Yeah, definitely. You can just look that up on YouTube and you'll find it
Okay,
immediately. It's a multi-craft channel, sewing tutorials, WIPN chats, live streams. Yeah, everything.
cool.
That's awesome. Hello, just getting here, reading Honey Girl. Lovely. Welcome, Anne.
Everyone's talking
Woohoo.
about Honey Girl. I keep seeing Honey Girl everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah,
Yeah.
It looks really good, like, it has a beautiful cover,
Yes.
which I'm always, like, very much attracted to,
Yeah.
and I'm like, "Ah, I should read that."
I don't actually know
Well
about it. I just keep seeing everyone talking about it, and I'm like,
mhm,
oh, this is one of those books that everybody's saying like,
exactly, where you're like,
yeah,
"Okay, like, am I missing out? It's
yeah,
being hyped, that makes me
yeah,
nervous." Like, I just
yes,
yeah, I'm always overwhelmed by the hype, and so I'm always the
yeah,
last person to ever read anything.
yeah,
But yeah, Anne, let us know, how much you're enjoying it, like, where are you at in the story? Is the hype, like, worth it? Like, we'll hear it from you
yes,
first.
yes.
I
Oh, okay,
am same. I listen to audio romance more than I read. Yes, like, I'm
okay,
just telling you, I think it because then it
yeah,
seems, like, worth it to maybe just keep reading.
yeah,
I'm more likely just to, like, keep listening because like, I'll DNF physical books more often than I DNF audiobooks just because 'cause I'm
okay,
like, "Yeah, sure, I'll just keep listening. I'm in the car," it just
yeah,
doesn't seem like you're wasting time.
yeah,
Yeah. And if you need any recommendations, maybe some people can give you some romance ideas. I can give you some romance
yeah,
ideas
yeah,
for audiobooks as well.
yeah.
But let me see. Tina, I think I'm gonna start Marzipan, Money and Murder by
That's like
Leanne Dodds. Oh, that's awesome. I feel like a lot of people kind of hate on marzipan. I like marzipan. Like, I
I don't
like
think
marzipan
I've
with
had
chocolate.
marzipan.
You don't like it?
I've never had it. I
Oh
don't
my
think
gosh, you
I've
should try.
I
There's
know.
you know those like Ritter Sport, like it's like a German chocolate brand you can get like at the grocery store. They have like milk chocolate with marzipan or dark chocolate with
Okay.
marzipan, and I like them. Like, I
Okay.
like
I'll
that
keep an eye out
brand.
for that. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I am a productivity person tonight, likely. I need to grade some stuff for my summer classes. Oh my gosh, you're always teaching ML. Like, it never ends. And you're packing. That's right, because you're also moving, all of this
Oh,
stuff. So ML's moving to California soon.
oh my goodness.
And yeah, just chaos is ensuing with that. So you did start the writing retreat last night. So if you get packing, you'll listen to that. Yeah, the writing retreat, I remember there's like been mixed feelings about that. Like, I think like Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading really liked it, but Neva had to put it down because she's like, I'm going to try it again. So I hope you're enjoying it so far, though. ML, have you heard anything about that book? Yeah, it honestly, like, it seems interesting. It seems like maybe it'd be a fast-paced read, hopefully. But I don't know. I haven't read it myself. So Cher is reading Hula. Oh my gosh, I've seen that book. It's this beautiful cover. Jasmine Iolani, I'm assuming, Hakes. Yeah, everyone should go look that up because the cover looks gorgeous and it also does look really interesting. I like that it's like Hawaiian because I feel like we don't get enough literary.
No.
I think it's
Yeah.
literary fiction, but I might be wrong on the subgenre.
Oh, that is a pretty cover.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous cover. We got Hawaiian voices. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh, yes, perfect. Yep. It just looks really interesting. So yeah, let us know, Cher, as we get through the sprints, like how much you're enjoying it. Like, I hope you're enjoying it at least. Yeah, Tina says, Carly, you have to read Half Baked Murder. Yeah, it's just
added to my list.
Yeah, and even if you don't want to physically read it, maybe that could be something like,
Yeah.
what I like about audiobooks is sometimes I'm like, do I want to take the time to physically read it if I'm unsure about something?
Yeah.
Audiobook allows you to kind of be that middle ground. And then if you adore it, well, then usually the audiobook just enhances it all the more. So.
That is another thing. Like, we maybe could have this conversation on the next break.
I know.
Also, we got a new kitten on Saturday, and this is
I saw. Yeah. Also, Carly has an Instagram for her cat. So
really my husband. He became the ultimate cat dad. But
I love it.
This is Harry, who I called Harold when he's naughty.
Oh, but, so cute.
Yes.
Are the like like how are the two cats like
They're
coming together?
Okay. Originally there was some growling and hissing, but it's been a lot better over the last couple of days.
That's good.
So the little one very clearly wants to be all up by his big brother, and the big brother's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like, I need my space.
Yeah, but in general, it's been better than I was really nervous about having them meet, and it's been good though. But I interrupted the talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it was just a cute cat.
He was crawling around. But the audiobooks, and y'all were saying like I should do Half Baked Murder on audio. I've also thought about, because I've read cozy mysteries for the longest time, but I've mentioned in I think one of my YouTube videos that I have this love-hate relationship with cozy mysteries. Like, I kind of love the gimmick, but I kind of hate not all of them, but some of the writing, like the actual like it doesn't feel like editors are editing these books, and it feels like sometimes it's like this could be tightened up, the dialogue could be a little better. We've got 4-year-olds talking like 30-year-old women. Like, it just sometimes I feel like there could be better things about it, and I kind of get nitpicky. Like, once I start having like I'm like then I nitpick the entire thing, and that becomes this whole thing. And I've been wondering, maybe I should be audiobooking cozy mysteries as well, like the things that I kind of like want to like, but the genre makes it difficult for me to like. I'm like, maybe audiobooking that as well. So I'm like, Half Baked Murder, even though Half Baked Murder might be just fine. Like, it might
and the thing is, I physically read Half Baked Murder. Yeah. So like I had the arc, and so I physically read that, and I really enjoyed it. I think it is. It's what's like the one thing is, if you find a really good cozy mystery that you really adore, then I feel like that's actually even more attributed to the author, because the author probably is kind of potentially on their own, depending on who the publisher is.
Yeah.
I think like maybe Poison Pen Press is a little bit better at like looking after its authors and making sure they get like line editing. But I think that's sometimes too where you're like, okay, if this is really well done, the author probably busted their butt to make
Yeah.
sure that it was well
Yeah.
done, because like
Yeah.
they didn't have the same kind of editing team. Not to
Yeah.
like throw any publishers under the bus, but yeah, I totally get that. I see that in middle grade too, because I think that sometimes publishers and editors are like, oh, we can just breeze through it. It's a middle grade. I'll get through it like in a few hours to edit that. And it's like, well, no, you should probably treat it just like you would an adult book. Give some respect to the narrative, but anyway, but honestly, Legends and Lattes was so good. Listen, ML, I do want to read that. I think
on my list too. I physically own it. I bought it and I still haven't read it yet. Yeah.
Yes. Well, so I realized that my entire library system didn't have it. And I was like, that's crazy that like, cause I mean like one library might not have it, whatever. But I was like, really, there's not a copy in the entire, like across like 6 or 7 libraries. And so the library where I work, the director was like, yeah, like I'll buy it and add it to our collection. So I'm like, yay. So we're going to get a physical copy soon. And then I'll probably just wait.
I wonder if it was original, because I think originally it was sort of indie. It was like indie and then it got picked up. Because I first heard about it, I'm in New Orleans, and we have, they just kind of closed their physical presence and are doing, they just, like this happened in the last 2 weeks, are going to do like a bookshop mobile situation, but it's a queer bookshop. Like all of their stuff is like genre fiction, mystery, science fiction, blah, 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 and queer. Like, and so they are very like their Instagram accounts, very like pushing forward, like, and so I'm like, oh, cool. Oh, cool. So I feel like I knew about that one super early. But and I got it. I have it from the independent publisher before it even got picked up. But I'm like,
oh my
gosh, it's on my list.
Yeah, so you probably have like the original cover, you know, that was a bit different, I think, from the new one.
I don't know if the art's different or if it's just the like material of the cover is different.
Oh, maybe because I know that Needla said that she has, I think she has like the original cover that's different from. She also had it or something like that. I remember, but honestly, like I've only heard good things. Cozy fantasy. We were talking about kind of complex fantasies. I like the idea of cozy fantasy so much. I feel like it sounds a bit chill with still getting the kind of fun, fantastical world. And so this sounds perfect for me. And yeah, I'm excited about it. I
realized cozy fantasy was a thing until Legends and Lattes, and everybody was obsessing. And I was like, no. But
yeah, same.
Need to delve in that as well.
Yeah, and now I'm like, I want to devour all of it. I agree. It is such a traditional cozy with some modern elements. Yeah, exactly. I think it'll be interesting to see what you think, because I do think that it balances it well. I was really impressed. Dystopian thriller is that one.
Right? The Chain Gang.
Yeah, the Chain Gang All-Star. What? I'm really just interested. The title is just such an interesting title. Just made coffee. Awesome. Yes, again, that's right. It's the morning for you, Nicole. I'm about to start the next section of my diamond painting for the first sprint. Lovely. Oh my gosh. I promise we're going to get to the sprint. Like, it's just, we're having too much fun. We're having too much fun talking. This is the first time Carly and I have been able to talk in person. So hopefully everyone can forgive us. Let's see. Wheel of Time is epic. There are the thing is 14 books. Most have between 650 and 900 pages. And Robert Jordan died before he finished. And that's right. Brandon Sanderson finished the series, which is so interesting when like authors pick up, you know, someone else's work and they have to like match the voice and hopefully do justice for the other author. It's just, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Anne is a little over 100 pages in. The writing is easy to read. I'm enjoying it so far. That was a Honey Girl.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was Honey Girl. Yep. Oh, cool. Okay. Honestly, sometimes like making it easy to read is nice because that also means it's accessible. Sometimes that's one thing I look for a book. If I'm like, honestly, it's well done, especially when, you know, so many people could access it. And again, not feel like stupid when we got into like literary fiction. I think that sometimes makes people feel like they can't read books.
I feel that a little bit with nonfiction as well. Like when it's not memoirish, that I'm audiobooking, and I'm still, and it's nothing wrong with the book. I'm still putting it down and then going back 2 weeks later because I get kind of tired of it. But I'm audiobooking this book called Girly Drinks, and it's about the feminization or the gendering of alcohol through the history of time, like from when we first started brewing alcohol till kind of the present. And when did we start getting, oh, an appletini is a girly drink, and when did we? And it's pretty much since the beginning of time. But it's very accessible. Like the way she wrote it is super kind of pop culture-y, and I'm like, and this easily could have been very dry and very technical in its way. And I was like, oh, I appreciate that this is sort of like accessible in its way.
Yeah,
But
that's so interesting. So I watched this one like British panel show QI that I really liked. It's a bit educational and there's comedians and everything. And they were saying that there's this one thing where there was this movement of restaurants and bars, you know, including the what kind of drink, what kind of glass like next to each cocktail, so that when you're looking at the cocktails, you know what kind of glass the drink's going to come in. And they said that found that more men then bought cocktails because they knew that it was going to come in like a tumbler, which is a bit more masculine versus like, you know, the T-shaped kind of like maybe wine glass or
yeah,
cocktail classic glass. And so they literally did that because they found that men who did buy cocktails were more likely to buy the ones in like the more kind of tumbler glasses. And so it's just like, isn't that insane and just like
crazy.
ridiculous? But
Yeah. Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
that sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Glenda's going to be finishing up Black Chameleon, Memory, Womanhood, and Myth. Oh my gosh, by Deborah Deep Mouton. I'm assuming it's a nonfiction book. Speaking of nonfiction, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it, Glenda. Let us know like what your thoughts are on it so far. Yeah, hey kitty. Yeah, I was gonna say this is when everyone was like, "Oh, the little kitten."
It is somewhere. They're constant. I keep every time you see me look away, it's somebody's causing ruckuses.
Yeah. Just like you hear something fall down, you're like, hopefully that's just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nina's here. Hello. Oh my gosh. Late as usual. Don't worry. We're still talking. You literally haven't missed anything. Everyone's saying hello to Nina. Reading The Reaper by Runix. 62% in want to finish today. Yeah, honestly, we kind of said this earlier. We're willing to just keep sprinting for until we get tired or until whatever happens, night falls, that jazz. But yeah, cool. The Reaper, I'm assuming that's like maybe thriller horror or something. But Runix, that's an interesting. I always think it's interesting when the author is only like one name. I'm assuming that's like maybe a pen name or something. Yeah, apparently there's cozy everything. The other day I heard about cozy horror. What? Oh, I guess it's like campy. Is that like campy horror? I feel like I've kind of heard of that. There's this book that Danny dabbles. Danny, she's also a booktuber, and I recently read Dead Silence with her, and we really enjoyed it. But she brought up All Hallows, and it's described as like 1980s nostalgia horror, and so that's kind of viewed as campy. And I'm just like, yeah, so that's
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting. I was shocked that that was a thing, but apparently a good example of is The Haunting of Hill House. I read that book and I was kind of scared.
I mean, I haven't read the book, but I've seen various adaptations of it, and
Yeah.
I am so confused.
I wonder, like, I have heard, like there were by the end of it, I kind of more saw as just psychological. I wasn't that scared. So I wonder if it's more like in regards to maybe death toll or like I wonder what does that mean? Like
I
that
don't read
are you
the horror.
guaranteeing that the main character is gonna survive or I don't
I've
know.
read the only horror I've really read so far is Grady Hendrix,
Mhm.
and I'm like, I know Tina, is Grady Hendrix considered that? Like, it's because
Yeah.
his stuff is very I don't know if it's nostalgic horror, but it's a lot of his stuff is sort of 80s. Like it depends on
Yeah.
present day, but some of it's in the 80s, some of it's in like that early 90s, and they're doing like satanic panic kind of
Mhm.
shenanigans,
I wonder
and
if
it is
that like
sort
could
of
that be cozy, the more kind of
right.
classic
But I'm like, I
kind
would
of
not have called that because I
yeah.
have a bunch more than I've read, but I've read two, and I'm like, and I guess, and I'm very new to horror, so
Mhm.
I was, and so, but I'm
Yeah, I
like,
was like, don't read this at
yeah.
night.
And I'm like, and this is probably not even that horrible. But to me, I was like, no.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was doing. Like literally even when I was reading, I'm trying to get more into horror, but I usually try to read it during the day because I'm like, I don't know what's coming next. I'm fine for now, but what if next chapter I'm not, and then I've got to go to bed in an hour. I can't. So
Yeah.
I literally try not to do it at night. It's just so
Yeah.
funny. A bit of a long chatting time is totally fine. Okay, thanks everyone. Oh my gosh, yeah, I feel like I always apologize for it, but I'm like, I don't know if you're here for just the productivity. Like, I don't want to mess anyone's vibe up. Mafia outfit, organized crime romance. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we are. The Reaper. That honestly, that makes sense. I'm sure the Reaper is like one of the mafia guys, like
Mm-hmm.
nicknames or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's book 2 of the Dark Verse series. Runix is a pseudonym. Yeah, totally. That makes sense. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it so far. I'm assuming if it's book 2, you liked book 1, you're in it, you're in the series like for the long haul. Yeah, everyone's saying hi, lovely. Yeah, okay. I hope everyone's ready for a sprint. Yahoo! Is everyone good with 45 minutes? I'm thinking that's probably good. Yeah. Because at first I was like, oh, we could always make up for it and do an hour, but I'm like, what's 15 minutes at this point? Let me change screens. Is this gonna work? Lovely. And if people want to change the background, we can change it next time. But okay, yeah, we will do it now. Happy sprinting. Hello.
Hello.
That went by fast. I felt like,
Yeah.
yeah, oh my gosh. How did everyone do? Did anyone get some productive reading done? If you've just joined, I have a guest, and it is Carly from Bookish Pixie Reads. You can see that under her name, you've put Bookish Pixie Reads, so everyone just look it up on YouTube. And I should have your information down in the description, so everyone go subscribe because all of Carly's content is lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I'm a little lazy with my content. I need to sit and record. I haven't recorded in forever.
Oh my gosh, seriously. It's so easy to read books, but it's so much harder to then record, and then the editing.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, it takes forever. And then you're like, I messed up, I gotta do it again. And no, I know. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
That's why reading sprints is so much easier.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's like the passive bookish content that just like, it's like we're all having fun, and you can like talk, and I feel like it's a bit more interactive versus the sit down videos anyway.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
how did you do? What are you thinking about Murder in Old Bombay so far?
I didn't get as far as I would have liked. Right, it's pretty much the second we started, cats got into shenanigans, so I kept having to get up to go figure out what they were into. But he got into that first town after the train, and then he just got the little girl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where that just happened. So
okay.
Yeah.
A lot's gonna happen next. There's
Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of traveling and everything.
Yeah.
Very exciting. But yeah,
Oh.
I'm excited for that. I can't wait. This is kind of exciting. I'm really glad that like I'm here while you're reading it, so I can like, react as you're talking. For me, I didn't go listen to Killing Me. I ended up reading Obelisks at Sea, and like when I entered it, there was like a chase scene, and I was like, what's going on? I forgot who are we chasing? And now it's just it's calmed down again, and now I'm like, okay, now I remember what's happening. But it's still like a slow, it's also just like a thicker, like you can't really tell, but it's like it's like honestly 360 pages, which is quite thick for like a golden age mystery. So I think that's why I'm kind of, and there's not chapters, it's like every section. So it's like right now I'm in a section that's about like 50 pages, and so you're always kind of just, that's why I think I'm always like, where am I?
That's different.
It's a bit quasi. Yeah, it's not your typical talking about like how cozy mysteries have certain tropes and expectations. Golden Age has the same thing, and I'm like, this person's like breaking all the rules, which is fine. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, before we left, Anne said, "Oh boy, a sprint! Excited!" Yes, we did our first sprint. Woohoo! Chrissy ended up joining us. Hello. Welcome. I know that Chrissy, you were thinking about doing sprints today too, I think, or was it tomorrow? If you have them scheduled, feel free to put them in the comments so everyone knows. And that goes for everyone. If anyone else has like content they want to share, this is the platform. Go ahead and add to the comments. Let's see here. Yeah, Glenda's saying, hey, lovely. Hello, Jessica. Welcome. Read to 38% in my book, but made supper, lovely chicken sandwich, and making brownies now for my mother's birthday tomorrow.
So productive.
I know. And also brownies are just so nice. One time I made brownies from scratch because I think that's not like a thing we do. I don't know. I just don't think about making brownies from scratch. I think about like cookies or cake. And I was like, you had to throw in the cocoa and everything. But if you're making box brownies, that's also fine. That's delicious. Also, like, what are you reading, Jessica? I don't remember if you mentioned it. So yeah, let us know. Everyone's saying hello again. Danny, hello. You're late. That's okay. No worries. We've been recording for like an hour and a half, and we've only done one sprint. So don't worry.
Yeah.
You've just been chatting. Hope everyone is having a good evening. Yeah, I think everyone's doing well. I think everyone's reading like interesting books. Also, fun fact, so Danny's the one who I read Dead Silence with, as I mentioned, but we've already decided in July we're going to read 5th Season. And I think that's by Jemison, isn't it? Is it M.K. Jemison is the name? Let me look it up.
I don't think I'm familiar.
Yeah, so it's this like fantasy series that or sci-fi. What is this? Now I'm looking. Yeah, okay. It says, uh, well, there's a little blurb that says the most celebrated science fiction and fantasy writer of her generation. So I mean,
Okay.
and oh, it's the Broken Earth series, which like I've heard of. I bought the 5th season because I remember I was trying to kind of get more into fantasy trying, and then it just sat on my shelf forever. And
Yeah.
then Danny was like, I've been meaning to read that too, and so we're gonna read it together, and hopefully we can like talk with each other about it. But if anyone else has read it, like let us know what you thought about it. And also, Danny, what are you reading tonight? Nicole got 3 chapters read and almost finished your section of the diamond painting. Interesting. Also, we have in the comments, my father. Yes. Hello, Dad. Welcome. What are you reading? My dad was also, the last time I checked in with him, interestingly, he was reading Stephanie Meyer's The Chemist, which I haven't read.
I
Apparently,
don't
I
even
bought it
know
a long
about
time
that.
ago.
Stephanie
And
Meyer, Twilight Stephanie Meyer?
yes, the same. I think it's a new adult. It was at the time when it came out, it's like not new anymore, but it was like new adult, might be like sci-fi dystopian or something like that. Basically, he's just been going through like old shelves that I have. Like like he read like an Agatha Christie book randomly because I left it behind. So he's just like trying to find books to read.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's like, I keep eyeing those Twilight books, but I don't think I'm ready. And I was like, I don't know either. Yeah. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for you to read those either, because that's
Yeah.
gonna be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so nice that your dad reads a lot. My parents, like I totally credit my parents to having me read. Like they were absolutely supportive, read to me from the womb, like all that stuff.
Mhm.
But neither of my parents really read individually on their own.
Oh,
Like
interesting.
I didn't have
Yeah.
like there were like the books in the house were my books. Like there were no my sister doesn't really
Mhm.
read. She's reading a little bit more now. But yeah, no none of them read a ton. And then my mom reads a little bit, but she keeps trying to get me to read the Crawdad book, and I'm like, I don't want to read the Crawdad book. Leave me alone about the Crawdad book. But
I know.
um,
Well, it's also just the controversy with that book. I'm kind of
yeah,
like with the
yeah,
author and her history, and it's
mm-hmm.
just I'm kind of like I just don't want to. But well, my dad actually, so he wasn't a big reader either. Like my mom, I remember she was like a big like market kind of, it wasn't mass market romance books and all of that. So that was her thing, and also kind of like thriller mysteries. And then my dad, he just never really read, but now recently in the last few years, what he has been reading is nonfiction. He's always been known as like the nonfiction reader. And then but he doesn't buy books very often. So he ran out, like all of the nonfiction books he had would be books I bought him for like, Christmas or birthday. And then he ran out a couple months ago and he's like, well, I'm just gonna. I found this one book you had, and it was like an old Mitch Albom book. If you've like read anything by him, and it wasn't one I'd read. Again, it was just books
Mm-hmm.
I left.
Yeah,
I left at home, hadn't read them, and so he read that, and now he's just been reading fiction. So I don't know. Maybe he's been changed.
that's fun.
Yeah, yeah. So it's very really interesting, and I'm actually bringing him some books home that I really enjoyed. I don't know if you've read this book or if you've heard of it. It's a book that I just don't think it's enough attention. I really adored it when I read it. It's called Appleseed, and it's by Matt Bell.
That's one of your favorite books, right? I've
Oh
seen you
my
talk about
god.
it, but I'd never heard of it until you mentioned it. But I remember you saying
Yeah.
that it was like one of your favorite books ever.
Yeah, and I only just read it not this past January, but the January before, and I'm still obsessed with it. I just think it was so well done, like so complex and thoughtful. Like it's like the subgenre you'd say it is in is like cli-fi. So it's sci-fi dystopian. So like climate
Oh,
focused. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah. So climate focused sci-fi, kind of basically like dystopian that's 100% influenced by like environmental things, which is
Okay.
like, let's be honest, one of the more realistic dystopian plots that we can have. And
Absolutely.
he's got like it's 3 timelines. The first timeline is actually back during like more so kind of like the frontier where like half of the United States isn't even the United States because like it's still like colonized, and like Ohio is this like huge bog and like swampland, like none of it's been developed yet. So that's where it's starting off, kind of like think Johnny Appleseed, like back when people were planting
Okay.
apples to say that they actually like owned the land when that was a thing. So that's one timeline. The other timeline is like a near future where like the globe has already kind of in this climate crisis. They know that they need to make changes as soon as they can. And then there's like this very far futuristic timeline, like way after. And it's just, I don't know, just the way it overlaps together, and like the meaning Appleseed of like the book, the title is just so good. I can't gush about it enough. It's so fascinating. And I'm kind of nervous about my dad reading it because it is kind of like this kind of jumping and just a bit more complex compared to the other fiction he's read, but he was interested. So I'm like, I'll bring it home and see if you like it. Anyway. Yeah. So you might want to try it out at some point. I just don't think that enough people are talking about it.
I remember you mentioning that one before in like an Instagram story or something. It was like, what's your, you know, those like silly little like polls or things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, what is she talking about? But
yeah, I think cli-fi is one of my favorite subgenres, but I don't read it enough, mainly because it's usually a bit depressing.
Yeah. I don't think I've read any cli-fi, but I probably should. I mean, I'm in New Orleans. We're very affected by cli-fi.
100%. Yeah. Like it's almost like so sad. You're like, I'm laughing, but I'm also like, this is crazy. Yeah. Oh gosh. So Jen ate dinner, helped the kids a little with like a little project, and read a few pages. Oh, nice! And Jen, you're reading that like horror book, right? Is that what it was? I always forget. Oh no, it's not. Oh no, this is Nina.
Oh, that was the yeah.
Yeah, the All-Star book. I always the Chain Gang All-Star. It just doesn't roll off the tongue, but that's such an interesting title. Very nice. And then Tina didn't read, totally fine. But I was figuring out how I'm going to crochet a baby blanket.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, interesting.
I don't crochet, but I knit. And mostly of what I knit is now baby blankets. I just gift baby blankets to people.
Well, it's like, it's easy. It's like a short, like imagine it's like a shorter project. It's like a square versus like a huge adult blanket or like something else like clothing. I hear like the first thing you start off with is like scarves, right? Like, cause it's just like this long thing and you're like, that's the easiest thing to learn. Yep. Yes. Hello, Danny. Yeah, everybody welcome Danny to the chat. Glenda got in 14 pages in the first sprint. Nice. That's probably about what I got too. I think
that's probably close to what I had.
Yeah, same.
Oh, that was another thing about Murder in Old Bombay. It's like I wasn't expecting the chapters to be so short.
They are, right?
Very short, and I was not expecting that.
Especially when it's like, I don't know, like historical fiction, and it's a bit more like, I don't know, you just expect it to be like kind of thicker chapters, not as many, but yeah. During the month of June, I have Monday and Friday sprints. Friday is 8-hour sprints. They're scheduled for 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I think that, if I remember correctly, Nicole, if you're like in the same time zone as Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads, because she's also Australian, I remember she is 14 hours ahead of US Eastern Standard Time. So that means she's probably 15 hours ahead of you for Central Standard Time, Carly. So like if anyone's Eastern Standard Time, I don't know if that helps, but like that's how we kind of know where it is. The nice thing is that YouTube doesn't really, like, it just tells you when it is during your time. Like if you just go to like Nicole's page, you'll see when it starts for you. And amazing, the new world we live in, you know, this technology where it's like, I just need to know. Hey, Rainy, welcome. Reading Sea of Ruin. That's right, you were reading that last night. Now 80% in. Also patiently waiting for Apolicon tickets to go on sale and praying I get tickets. Like one thing, you guys were talking about that last night. I don't know what con that is. Like, is that like apocalypse? Like, what is a polycon? Like, what, you know how it's supposed to be a bit of a fun pun or something?
That would have been mine, but I've never heard of this.
Me neither. And I know that like, so like back on Neva's channel, when Neva was doing sprints yesterday, like Rainy, Neva, and Kelsey, they were talking about it. And we were kind of trying to figure out if anyone in the chat was going to be going. And I don't know where it is. I should have asked, but I was just like, what's going on? Yeah.
I'm sure somebody will tell us.
Yeah, no, it's like someone in the chat just like inform us what's going on. Because I'm just like, that sounds fun. I've never been to one of those, like any type of like bookish theme, like con or anything like that.
I've done it was a conference. I've been to, I think it was at the ALA conference they come to New Orleans every once in a while. And I think it was the ALA. And it was super weird because they were saying that anybody could go. And they're like, anybody could go, but then you had to fill out a form that was like, oh, are you a bookseller? Are you a librarian? Are you a teacher? Are you whatever?
Mhm.
And I'm like, but I'm not really anything. I wasn't even doing this yet. And so like I didn't even have a bookstagram yet or anything. I was just like, they said anybody, like it said anybody can go, but then you had to fill out a very specific thing of what you were. And I was no longer
Mhm.
a bookseller. I was no longer really anything. And someone was just like, just say you're a book blogger. Just say it and you know, and just tell people about the book. And I was like, okay. And so I did, and I went, and it was fun, and I got a ton of free books. And that was a good, but I was just like, I feel like I'm cheating.
Yeah. Well, because it's like they're saying it's available for everyone, but they're also like, but
Right.
actually you need to be like,
A
it's
thing.
almost more like marketable. Like you're like, what kind of business are you in that
Right.
can like make it marketable rather than just like, I'm a fan of books and
Right.
I like to read.
Yeah. This will be fun. I want to go to this. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
A
did
friend
go
of
to
mine went to what is it? The NWP? Is that what AWP? The big reading, like writing conference that I think
cool.
was in Seattle this year. She went. And like, yeah, it's basically with that though, because it's writing, I think it allows you the opportunity to like pitch books to people if you're like someone who wants to write a book. And it's like this really big thing. But again, you've got to like pay for it and you've got to like, again, be able to get there. But it's like this kind of, what is it called? Networking. I think that's what sometimes, depending on what the conference is, maybe ALA is the same way, where the goal is more to network. So yeah, but it's just like we just want to meet people and yeah, have fun. So
I went to, there was another thing I always forget about this because this was weird. It was, I can't remember how it was advertised, but it was not, it ended up being almost entirely romance. It was like a ballroom. It was like some like fan convention for books, but it was, I cannot remember what it was called, but it ended up being almost entirely all romance.
Oh my gosh.
And I can't remember how much it was to get in, but you could go and meet, and it was just a hotel ballroom, tables full of authors and their books, and you could go and I guess buy their books, and I just went to Barnes Noble ahead of time and bought books and got them signed. And then, but I went through the authors list beforehand because it wasn't called romance writers, or it was just like initials, and the way you'd go to the website and they're like, it's all these fun people. And like, and then they had like Charlene Harris, is that her name? The woman who wrote True Bloods there.
True Bloods, right?
Yeah. And I think Lee Child was there, and I bought his book and I still haven't read it. I can't remember if I got his signed. Like I barely even remember it, but I went through the list of like people that I knew and people that I was interested in, but and then that's what I went through and I went, this is like 90%
theme.
This is 90% romance, and I don't read any of this. And so I went, and then it was almost, my husband came with me, and we were like, whoa, like this was all women. My husband was like one of the only men there. He's like, all these women are like looking at me. He's like, what are you doing here? I was like, this was it was fun and it was cool, but it was so unexpected. And it wasn't really like I guess because I didn't do panels. I went in just to meet authors and get out. But like, I was like, oh, that was cool. I'm like, I should come back because.
Yeah, well, especially like, I don't know, it probably is more fun when you like know the people, and especially like if you go to the panels and maybe you like ask questions and really like throw yourself into it. But it's just it also feels weird if you ever really just go by yourself and you're just like, I feel like I'm like just this person in the sea of people being like, I don't know where to go or what to do. But I would like to do it at some point. Like I feel like that could be really fun, but it like one of those themed ones where like I know of, like don't know, but I know of a lot of the authors on the panel where I'm like, I would like to see them, or I'd like to meet them. Yeah, because like then you want to get the books, you want to be supportive and buy books. Like it feels weird to go and like not get books because you're like, that's the point. But anyway, Jen says that she wants to read 5th season. Yeah, genuinely, like it's won like so many awards. I think like it's won. I think it won the Nebula Award, which is like a really prestigious award for. I want to say that's sci-fi though, isn't it? Nebula Award.
I had to look it up because there's another book that's been going around in my feed lately, and I was wondering if it was it, and it's not. But it's called like the fourth something, the fourth king, the fourth knight, the fourth something. I don't know. And I'm like, and it kind of gives the vibes of science fiction or fantasy, and I haven't looked into it yet, but it's been everywhere in my feed the last 3 days.
Oh, the fourth wing. The fourth wing.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's like the new edition. It came out. It's got like the dragons on the.
Probably.
It's like the sprayed edges.
Circle, and I don't know, but it's been everywhere in my feed, and I was like, "What is this?" But it's been everywhere in my feed in the last like 3 days.
Which is like, I guess I should know more about, like, I know that that was a really popular book that just came out. A few people that I know are reading it right now and they're really excited. But what's interesting is it looks like it's the first in a series, like a
Oh,
new
okay.
series. So I
Okay.
don't really like, maybe just the author, whoever the author is, who again, I don't know. They're really popular. So maybe Fourth Wing. By Rebecca Yaros.
I didn't pay that much attention.
Yeah, it just says it's the first in a new series, which I just think is so interesting, which obviously means that like her readership has such trust in her to write great books that she must have
Yes.
written like amazing books prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
But like you're always like, how am I so behind? Right? I know who this person is. I've never seen this book before.
Yeah.
But the rest of the internet knows it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, N.K. Jemisin, super excited. Yes, Danny, woohoo! Very, very excited for that. Got to 70% now. Nice. And you're reading The Reaper. So mafia outfit romance. Very exciting. You're almost getting to the end then. I imagine you're going to get through it really quickly. I think I'm going to pick up The Masked City tonight. Ooh, I don't even, is that The Masked City? Now I'm just going to look up every single book, apparently.
Like, I was like intrigued.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it's a part of, I think you might find this interesting, Carly. So Danny was originally talking about this one book. It's called The Invisible Library. It's the first in the series.
Okay.
And The Masked City is book 2.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks really good. Apparently it's like multi-universe, like this library for multi-universes. And I remember it's like fantasy, like mystery fantasy is kind of what it's described as, which I'm like, that sounds fascinating.
Genevieve Cogman? Is that what I'm looking at?
Genevieve Cogman. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks really good. Danny attests to it. And if I remember correctly, Danny said that she got the recommendation from Amy from BookTube with Amy, who's also like an awesome booktuber. If anyone's interested in like a Scottish booktuber, like I just love to listen to her voice as she talks in her own videos as well.
Oh, there's a bunch of these. There's like 8 of them. Goodness.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that.
Okay. Excellent.
Camilla is saying hello to my father, which is lovely. You have a lovely. Thank you, Camilla. Thanks, everybody. You're always showing the best side of me. My dad can probably tell some stories, so Dad, please don't put in the comments any embarrassing stories if you're still here. And 142 pages into Honey Girl, chipping away slowly at it. Nice. You were just a little over 100 pages before, so you must have gotten through quite a bit. I wonder how thick that book is. Like you must be halfway. I'm like average 300 pages. That's what I'm imagining. Hi, Jean. How are you? Good to see you too. Reading Sinners Anonymous. It is a smut, and I am at 11%. Oh, so things have just gotten started.
That is a good title too.
Oh, I know, right? Sinners Anonymous. That actually is. I want like, is there like a club or is it just kind of like a play on? Yeah, like
is there a meeting? Do they have meetings? Sinners and meetings?
Like trying not to be sinners. Like really, let's try not to sin tonight.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for you, Rainy. Yeah, fingers crossed. Especially because like I'm imagining as soon as they open, like with these types of cons, these conferences, like the top tickets probably go by so quickly, and then like concert tickets.
Yeah.
Hey Camilla, how's it going? Yeah, good question. I think Camilla is doing well, but let her tell you. I'm reading War and Roses by Kat Baxter. It's a novella. He's a soldier and she's his pen pal. Interesting. So I'm imagining this novella is it's like a, what would you call it? Like a distance romance, I guess. Like I'm imagining it's romance where they're pen pal. Maybe they're doing something like that. That's kind of interesting. I don't read enough novellas. I feel like I should because I find chunky books so intimidating. So you'd think I'd read novellas all the time, but nope.
So because we talked over Instagram that Vampires in the Lemon Grove that I read.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not usually a short story reader, and I read it kind of just because of the pretty cover. So I have like, I always say, my husband's like, what are you talking about? I have like a citrus aesthetic. I love like things that have lemons or oranges on the covers or on the patterns or whatever. And I have like shirts and things. And I thought about I was thinking about doing like a YouTube video of like, I'm going to read a bunch of books that have lemons on the covers and talking about it. And I don't know if I'm going to actually do it, but I found
that sounds so fun.
That's how I found that book. And I thought it was interesting and I read it, and I don't do short stories typically, but that felt such like, I was trying to figure out how to describe it. And it felt like the stories were incomplete, but not in a bad way, but like you jumped already in the middle of a book. Like she could have made almost novels out of almost any of those. Like she could have, it was just like, here's a chapter, one chapter, two chapters of this one book. And that is never, that is somewhere that's lost to society. Over time, we've lost pages, and this is what you've got left. Like that's how that book felt to me.
Yeah.
And I was like,
well, you're just like jumping into someone's life for a moment and then passing, and like the story's going on, but you aren't going to see it.
Yeah. And I thought that was kind of neat from like.
Yeah. Well, especially because like I think I told you that Swamplandia was actually, what do they call? I think I saw somewhere where they call it a cannibalization, where it like it's when you turn a short story into a novel.
Okay.
It kind of like takes over and then becomes this bigger thing. And so she started off with a short story, but it's in one of her other collections. And then she turned it into a novel. And that one was like a finalist for the Pulitzer, I believe. So I feel like that's just her thing, where she has all these great ideas, but she like, I prefer her in her short story form. But yeah, like all of them have the potential to be like this big world. And she only does like little bits.
She was just so interesting because it was like, there was so many different characters and so many different worlds, and they all read completely differently. I never thought, I'm like, oh, that sounds like so-and-so from 2 stories ago, or it was all fascinating. And I had never heard of her. And I read it
because she throws in like fantastical creatures sometimes, or like different cultures, and like maybe one world's a little bit surreal while the other one's like completely upside down, and we just so it's like nothing's the same. Yeah. Super interesting. There's her other, I think one of her newest collections was like Orange World or something like that. And I've heard that one of the stories, I don't think the entire collection, but one of the stories was inspired by when like she was pregnant during the time and then had her first child. And so one of the stories is it's obviously it's all fiction, but one of the short stories is the mother has just had this newborn child, but now there's like, I think there's like a demon that's like watching over the child, and so every night she needs to, like, I think she needs to breastfeed, she needs to give her milk to the demon to protect her child or something, because I think it was like basically Karen Russell was like, because that's who the author is if anyone's wondering, she was like I needed to write about motherhood, especially just like having a child, because like of how like mentally hard it is, and like how, like tiring, like I felt like I was overtired, I felt like I was like imagining these things, and so that was like the inspiration for her story, and it's like,
oh wow,
I believe it. So it finally rained in Canada. That's so good. Oh my gosh.
Where in Canada are you, Jean?
Yeah. I know that there's a few people who might be from Canada here. Jean, if Kelsey joins in, she's from Canada, as is Brittany Loves Reading, but I think all of you are from different places. So yeah, let us know. I'm so sorry that everything's going on there.
Mind boggled. I went to Prince Edward Island last year, and we flew into Nova Scotia, drove through Halifax to take a ferry. And it was just one of the greenest places I'd ever seen. And so it kind of shocked me when I heard that like it was wildfire, because I always picture those to be like super dry. And I guess there's nothing that preempts that. It had probably had a dry spring or whatever. But I was just like, I was not expecting some place to be so green and so beautiful to have like these wildfires. And I was just like, oh my God. But
I know, especially because I was talking to someone else about how like we expect it in like maybe the West Coast, like the Northwest, even like the Midwest will get it sometimes, where like Colorado, Utah. It's just like I never think about like the Northeast, but also Canada. Yeah, like I never think about Canada having this issue because it's just being so green and lush, and so Chrissy didn't read, just helped with schoolwork. Totally fine. I'm sure your kids are very appreciative of it. So Nina loved Sinners Anonymous, the entire series. So ooh, that sounds like a good sign for you, Jean. Yeah, I am ahead. So it will be Sunday and Thursday evenings for the Northern Hemisphere. Yeah, that makes sense. Camilla's saying, hey, Jean. She's saying she's good. How are you? Yes, everybody check in with each other. It's lovely. Rainy, it's a huge author signing event. Tons of my favorite authors will be there. I wonder where it is, because I'm kind of near some major cities. but not very close to any. Like I'm a couple hours away from many. Like
Oh
it
no.
sounds so weird. That's like because I'm surrounded by like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Washington D.C., and like Baltimore, which is like all these major cities. But I'm like also multiple hours away from each, so it's like things could happen.
Well, when I
Hmm.
went to a Polycon, it brings me to Jennifer Larmentrout.
Oh my
Who's
gosh, yeah, she's
all the
huge.
time, but I haven't
Mhm.
read anything of her. But
I read the Dark Elemental series, I think it's called, and I
okay,
remember I thought it was really fun. I thought it was really funny.
it looks like it's in DC.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh my gosh.
and I don't know if they've already had this year's. The dates on the website is end of April for next year in DC.
Oh wow. I guess that makes sense that they're like really planning like ahead, a
Yeah,
year ahead. I mean, if I'm still in the area, things to think about. I don't know. But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Jean says that she thinks Jennifer Armentrout created it.
Oh,
What? Can you imagine being like an author just being like, I'm gonna create this
this
conference?
con.
That's so
There is
cool.
a list. I mean, I haven't. I'm kind of just skimming, so I don't even
Yeah,
know if
yeah,
it's
yeah.
people that I care about. But it's a list. Like it's a
Oh my
full.
gosh.
It's a lot of people. Um,
Yeah. I mean, even Rainey said that it's just a huge book
yeah,
community event.
that's
Like
cool.
that was crazy. Chrissy started reading Scarred and also continued under Whispering Door. Scarred, if anyone's interested, is kind of like this unofficial read along that Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads is doing. It's what is that series called? I think it's like the Never After series or something. It basically follows the villains in like traditional kind of
Uh,
Disney-esque.
okay.
Yeah, like retelling them, giving them their happily ever after, and they're like it's like dark romance. So the first book
Okay.
was Hooked, and I remember
Okay.
I
I
read
remember
that with
y'all reading
everyone.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that with everyone, and I'm on the waiting list for Scarred. We'll see if I like that one because like I didn't like Hooked was fine. I gave it 3 stars. It was interesting, but I don't think it was fully my cup of tea. So like I'm interested to see. Like I hear Scarred is a bit more like political systemy and maybe a bit of a slow burn as well,
Okay.
which that might be more my style too. But we'll see how it
But
goes.
back to that, but she said she's reading Under the Whispering Door.
Oh yeah.
The TJ Klune thing.
Hmm.
I'm I kind of think I would like. I haven't read any of the stuff yet,
Hmm.
and I kind of think I would like it, but I'm slightly afraid that the hype is too much. That I'm going to
Yeah.
be let down because the hype is so unreal with TJ Klune that I'm
Hmm.
like,
So much
this is
hype.
something like the cover's gorgeous. This sounds like something I would actually like, and I'm not reading
Mhm.
just because everybody else is reading. But I'm like, I'm afraid. I'm afraid, and so I keep not doing it. But
Yeah. Well, because also, what was it? The Cerulean Sea one is
yeah,
like the big one. I feel so bad for saying this because, like, again, I read an article, so I can't say anything that I fully know the situation of everything. But I heard that like there's been some backlash about like
is it the
the way
schooling, the
he's
Canadian schooling?
yeah, like his inspiration from it was yeah, like basically these like what are they called? Like assimilation schools for like
Mhm.
Native American indigenous people back in the day.
Yeah,
Obviously Canada and the United States both have like significant like historical grounds where there are also some like unmarked graves and it's been
yeah,
especially an issue of when people have been realizing in the last few years. And so the author apparently he said that like I learned about this thing. I saw that no one was really writing about it, that no one of that community was writing. So he's like, oh, why don't I do it? And, being like a white man, I don't know. There's like,
yeah, yeah,
I don't quote me because I don't fully understand, but I've heard some readers have had a bit of a backlash from the kind of nonchalance of him talking about it
yeah.
and being this isn't your story to tell or whatever. I don't remember. Especially because he obviously like made it very different because it's a bit more it's fantastical, isn't
Yeah,
it? If
I think
I
so. I think so. And I've also
like
been
loosely based on trauma.
because I had heard about that, and I
Mhm.
also have this weird. It's not so much complaint; it's just a differing viewpoint that I've noticed that
Mhm.
I have versus a lot of people in some of the book communities. Is
Mhm.
that the way I take books is very different from the way a lot of people take books, and I don't know where that comes from. So, like
Mm.
the Guncle, I loved the
Mhm.
Guncle. I 5 stars, loved the Guncle. But I think the Guncle is very sad. Like, and there
Mhm.
are good things
Mhm.
about it, and it has these like a happy ending. But for me, it's very rooted in grief, and it's about like super
It's
sad
about
things.
loss,
Yeah,
family, yeah,
yeah,
mhm.
and some trauma and I was seeing everywhere. Like I actually made a YouTube video about it. I'm like, somebody explain this to me because everyone in all these groups, people are like, oh, I'm going through a hard time right now. I'm looking for something really light and fun to read. What would you recommend? And people are recommending the Guncle, like nonstop. And I was
Yeah.
like, don't do that to yourself. Like,
Yeah, like how dare you?
I'm like, it's a good book. Like, read it maybe later. Maybe when you're in a
Yeah,
better
read it
frame
when
of
you're like
mind.
okay and you can handle it.
Yeah, and because people are just like, people were doing that with lessons in chemistry too, which I don't love lessons in chemistry. I don't hate it, but I don't think it deserves Barnes and Noble's Book of the Year. I don't think it deserves the hype. But that's also, I think, very sad. And it's billed as a comedy, and I'm like, it's sad. And that's another one where people are like, my mom's going through cancer. What should she read? This. And I'm like, don't. But and I'm slightly concerned about TJ Klune's stuff because I've heard about like, because it's the simulation schools and all this stuff, and I'm like, and people are like, it's so wonderful and cozy and happy, and I'm like, is it? Like, if
but it's also sad. Yeah.
This inspiration from these assimilation schools, I'm like, is it? And I mean, granted, he could have just started from the seed and made it completely something else. I haven't read it. Like, you haven't read it, so I don't really know. But it's been one of those hesitancy things where I'm like, I don't want to read this looking for something nice and cozy, and then it's not nice. At least to my perception of it, it's not nice and cozy. And so I'm kind of, that's one of my hesitancies on it.
Yeah, it's always like interesting. I'm well, not to like switch gears even, but you brought up the Guncle, right?
Yeah.
And like there's so many things about this book, but I actually at the library where I work, we've been talking about like which books to recommend because it's Pride Month, which is lovely. Happy Pride Month, everyone. So a friend of mine who works at the library, she's like, oh, I'll write a mini review for Guncle and like put it up and be great. And of course, unfortunately, I live in a certain community where some people are a bit more sensitive to diversity, which is just absurd. So there were worries about Guncle, just the title in itself being too polarizing, which is like, you've got to be kidding me. Like it's yes, Guncle, which is gay plus uncle, but it's just like, it's not just about his identity as a gay man. It's like, it's about family, about loss, about like coming together, about him supporting. It's just one of those things where you're like, really, like, can we focus on like the poignancy of it, how important it is versus anyway. Yeah. So yeah, I've been meaning to read that though, because I actually haven't read Guncle. I've heard that the author also came out recently with another book.
Yeah, it just dropped. I have it checked out at the library. Like, it came in, like, I thought when I put it on hold, it was like 6 weeks out, and then it just showed up, and I was like, I'm like, what do I do?
So, you're like, this changes my TBR completely.
Completely. So I'm like, oh god. But so we'll see how that one goes. But I really did like the Guncle. It was just the cover.
The cover is very bright. It's very summery and fun.
And I do read like back to the books, and I do think lessons in chemistry's back to the book blurb like outright is a lie. Like, I think they like are tricking people into reading that book. I think Guncle's description is accurate because I went back and reread it. I was like, wait, what? And I reread it and I was like, oh no, this is accurate. I just got distracted by pretty. It gives very like Auntie Mame vibes of like the the flamboyant aunt taking care of these little orphan children. Like that's the vibe it gives, and I'm like, I love Mame. And then I was like, oh god. But I also read it. So like at New Orleans, I read it during my Hurricane Ida evacuation. Like, so I work at a TV station. So the station, like, you don't, either the station evacuates as a whole, or you stay, or you leave and you get fired. So like, I was like at my job. Like I lived at my job for a week and a half in a building that was literally falling apart. And like, it was raining in, it was a whole nightmare situation. And so I'm like, I'm not even sure I was in. The Guncle was sad in general, and then I'm like, I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh, you're reading it during like all of this stuff happening?
Yeah. I was like, I'm in my little like cubby because we all like bring our like bags and we sleep there and everything because we have generators so we can at least get a little bit of AC and stuff. But I was just like, this was not the time for this. So I think it was sad already, but then it became sadder because I was going through a whole bunch of other stuff, and so I was like, probably shouldn't have read this one right now. But
no, for sure. It's always crazy because you're like, well, that's what always makes me wonder. Like when I'm reading a book, I'm like, if I read this a year from now, or maybe a month later when I'm not going through a same situation, what would I think? Would I be bawling like I am right now, or whatever the case is? It's just, oh my gosh. But yeah, so anyway, well, we hope that you're enjoying Under Whispering Door, like for now anyway. Where are we? Oh, Fourth Wing. Yes, it's so good. Well, if your cousin says it's so good, in that case, like honestly, this book also, I think just recently came out. So many people have already read it, like made it a priority and loved it. Yeah. Fourth Wing. I saw the author said would be 5 books. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I guess that's helpful when you know like
It
the
is.
author already plans
Mhm.
it. The fourth thing is going to be a duology. Oh, I don't know. Now we're getting we're getting I think that's so funny. It's just like who knows now. Rebecca Yarros, so that's the author, is a romance author. This is her first fantasy.
Oh.
Interesting. So I'm assuming like fantasy romance. So she's kind of like switching things out. That's interesting. Fourth wing is going to be 6 or 7 series. Oh my gosh, everybody, we're just like, who knows at this point? That is so funny. I just bought it for the sprayed edges. Yeah, a lot of people did because you gotta look up the sprayed edges. They're really gorgeous, but it's like I think it's also because it's a bit of a niche thing in the U.S. Like sprayed edges is such a novelty for us, so maybe that's also
like, am I confused by what sprayed edges are? I thought I knew what they are, but then I'm like, I would never buy a book solely for that. So I'm like, maybe I don't know what they are.
Yeah, look up fourth wing, and then you'll see the way, because like sometimes sprayed edges is just like one block color over the edge of the pages, but this one's got like certain designs. I'm sure it's like special edition where it won't, like maybe there's limited copies. I don't know.
I was thinking it was like that deckled edge that was like, did you ever read the Dear America books like back when you were like
yeah, where it feels like it's like a worn book.
Yeah, I was thinking that's what it was, but I'm like, I would never buy a book because it had deckled edges.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, I'm more likely to rip it or like do something like that. No. Yeah, like if you look it up, you'll see the images. Yeah, it's like intricate designs, and some people, like I guess if you've ever seen like, it's Fairy Loot, I think is known as like that book subscription. Like if you ever look up those books, they're also like sometimes having these like really specialty designed speckled edges, or I'm using speckled edges because we just mentioned those.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the sprayed edges, it's just like these intricate designs, and that's why those books are super expensive. I think like people try to resell them for hundreds of dollars.
Wow, is it a British thing?
It's a really popular British thing. Like I know, like for instance, if you go to Waterstones or other places, you'll see them all the time. I think the US is slowly getting into it, especially because it's become more and more popular.
I bought a book not for the sprayed edges, but for the cover itself, but it had the sprayed edges. I didn't know it was called that. One of my best friends' brother wrote a book. It came out 2020, 2021, and like a legit book, legit published, like, and it was kind of billed as like, I loved it. I thought it was really good, but it was kind of billed a little bit incorrectly. Like it was sort of like advertised as the wrong thing, but the British cover was significantly better than the American cover. And so I was like, I'm buying it from there. And the covers they had, it had the sprayed edges and it was like the same price, even for like Amazon or whatever. So I was like, bought a copy for my mom and my sister.
Yeah, like you get a copy, you get a copy.
It's called Girl on the Walls, but it's about like this house in New Orleans because he based it off of like my friend's house that she lived in growing up. So it was like I hung out at their house a lot. So I was like, I have to read this book. But it's about like this girl whose parents die and she runs away from like whatever the orphanage or wherever she is, and basically lives in the walls of the house that she grew up in and like crawls into the attic or the floor space. And there's a family that lives there and they have these 2 boys, and the boys kind of like they kind of might see her out of the corner of their eye or they hear stuff in the walls and they're like, hey mom, something's up. And they're like, you're just imagining things. And then it gets kind of like tense and crazy. And I kind of loved it. And I was like, oh my God, I can't, like, I knew you when you were 7.
Like, what are you doing? What are you writing now?
This is amazing. But
I might have to look into that. That sounds really good. What'd you call it? It was Girl on the Walls?
It's either The Girl on the Walls or Girl on the Walls, but it's by AJ Gnuse, Gnuse.
Okay.
But but I really liked it. It's very different from what I typically read, but I liked it.
Trying to figure out who is supposed to be who from Lion King. Oh yeah, because Scarred is like the villain retelling of Lion King, which is also originated from Hamlet, by the way, if anyone's interested in that.
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yay, maybe I'll continue the series then. Yeah, cool. Yes, Invisible Library is fantastic. Fairies, dragons, vampires. Oh my gosh, you never see those like mixed in with like, I feel like fairies and dragons. More all stuffed into the first book. Irene travels to a chaos rendered world to collect an important artifact for the library. Yeah, that just sounds really fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so my dad, he originally read the Magic Strings of Frankie Presto.
I don't even know. I album's like the big one, the one that was like huge, but I don't know that one.
Because it's like Tuesdays with Maury, I think
Yes,
is more, and
yeah.
that one's nonfiction. But yeah, so that's the one he's most known for. I remember like my dad was mentioning that it's kind of like the way he was describing it, it was almost like a book that is reminiscent of Forrest Gump. So if someone who really loves that movie, they might like this, but it's more like musical. Kind of like a man behind the scenes who influenced a bunch of musicians and stuff. So it did sound really interesting. Maybe we should do a buddy read together. Yeah, I don't know which book you're talking about, but I mean, I love buddy reads. I know sometimes when you just get talking and then now we get to the comments and I'm like, I can't remember what we were saying. Oh my gosh. But residential schools, that is why I might not read TJ Klune. Yes, residential schools. That's the more correct term, actually, for sure. So Hillary says TJ Klune also made it a very happy story. Oh, so I think that's what gives me the ick the most. I read it before this came out, and I definitely got weird vibes from it. Interesting, yeah. Like, especially if you're trying this happy ending, it's like, well, no, that's not, that's not what happened, and it's kind of like altering history in a sense, even if he's making it a bit magical.
Yeah.
So Jean is adding on Ontario fire are going on in North Ontario. We didn't get enough rain this year. Yeah. I think that's what I've heard too. Just like, I think we're getting more and more droughts, which is also scary to get a bit
climate fiction.
Yes, climate fire. It all comes together. Seriously. So Nicole, I have been seeing Fourth Wing everywhere. Yeah, completely everywhere. Looks like I will have to read it. I heard it was a duology too. That's so crazy that we're all like, people are hearing different things. It's like multiple.
That's the third different thing.
What in the world? That's crazy and just interesting. So Nina says, that's what I heard too. I've read Rebecca's romances and loved them. I am not really a fantasy reader, but I do want to try this one just because it's her. Yeah, I feel like if you like her in general, probably when the author switches to another genre, the main reasons why you love her, she'll just include it and just include a bit fantastical elements. So yeah, that's
and then that's even just a nice like experiment, just to see like how they cross genres and what's that like. And
for sure. Yeah. And then Jean says, they also did major cuts to the carbon tax. So a lot of this is government created. Oh my gosh. That is so frustrating.
I don't know.
I'm imagining that they like lessened the tax for like carbon emissions. And so like by increasing that, like it probably also just coincides with like maybe lumbering and I feel like what's been happening like globally is that we've been providing a lot more tax cuts to like environmentally harmful industries. Like we've been seeing that with, I think like in the US, like coal and a few others where it's like, this isn't good. Like we're going backwards. Just because, and I think it's because they're seeing statistics of things getting slightly better. And they're like, look, see, now we can go back to our old ways. And it's like, no, we can't.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the worst. But yeah, so we're here for you, Jean, and hopefully, like, I don't know, we can all see, I don't know, future hopeful things. I don't know. It's really tough to like be hopeful when things are going like getting worse. Danny says the second book in the Fourth Wing series is due to come out later this year. So already, it sounds like the author already kind of had many of these books like kind of ready to go. I'm not sure how many books in the series are already written. Otherwise, that is a crazy turnaround. Yeah, for sure. Maybe like we're hearing duology because the author has already like done 2 books and both of them have like, this one's published, the other one's coming out this year, but like she still has to write the other ones, maybe that's
what a lot of authors do that, like pre-publish, because I've read it's middle grade, the Sinister Summer series by Kirsten White, who does a lot of she did that, it's that cover, I haven't read it, it's Hyde, maybe it's that yellow cover with like the silhouette of the
like I haven't read it, but I know what you mean.
But that's the she did the Sinister Summer series, which is really middle grade, and I kind of love it. Sorry, my husband's texting me. But her turnaround, and these are I've read them all digitally, but they're maybe 200 they're under 300 page each piece, 4 months between each one. There's 4 out so far. I started reading them in June or July of last year, and 4 are already out. And they haven't, it's weird because the back of the 4th one showed the cover of the 5th one, and that
Mhm.
should be the last I think that said. But last I checked, it was still not on Goodreads or Amazon, and I'm like, that is weird. Is that you showed me the cover and the title, but it's not listed anywhere. But I'm
Yeah.
like, are these already written? Like they have to be already written for that
I
kind of
guess it
turnaround.
It depends. Like, I think it depends on, like, how much the author might need to prove themselves, especially, like, maybe if
Mhm,
they're new and they need
mhm.
to be like, "Hey, look, I have this all planned out. Like,
Yeah.
you can trust me to have the series
Mhm.
continue." Or maybe, like, since this Rebecca Yarros is, like, switching, maybe because she
Mhm.
was switching genres, she maybe she just personally felt like she needed to prove herself and, like, have these ready. It might have just been part of the deal as well, like, being like, "Hey, here's a contract." Then being like, "Okay, well, you need these 2, like, this number of books in this time period." So I think that happens a lot, like in especially more so, but like more popular genres. Like I've seen with cozy mysteries, how cozy mystery writers have been like, yeah, like
Yeah.
I've got a contract for 5 books.
Mhm.
So this is the timeline for those 5 books,
Yeah.
like a book every
Yeah.
year. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Danny says, I think that a lot of authors write one book and the publisher pushes them to split one book into two. Oh, like that could possibly too
Okay.
much content. You can spread this out. Or also, like in regards to getting one book off the ground, it can be literally like at least a year, maybe 2 for that book to finally be published.
Mhm.
So, like if when you're trying to get through the red tape of the first one, if you're just continuing on and writing the
Yeah.
second one, like they can
It,
kind of like maybe catch up to each other.
yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting, but let's finally do our second sprint of the night. Let me make sure I get the right screen up. Okay, lovely. If everyone's good, we'll do another 45 minutes, might as
Yeah.
well. Cool. Okay, well, then I will see everybody in 45 minutes. Okie doke. There we go. How did everyone do? Carly, how did you do?
23 pages, I think.
Oh my gosh, nice.
Yeah. And you're right, like it started to kick in. Like we've turned into a Pedro Pascal's adopted children narrative.
Yes, like suddenly survivalist. Like
yeah. I was like, oh no, like this is kicked in. Yeah, it's gotten yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because I remember I wanted to double check because I couldn't remember what my rating was, and I remember I gave Murder in Old Bombay 4 stars, and I think it was because, like, strangely, I found like right around this part, I found myself more invested in like the world and like how the British Raj worked, and like the mystery almost kind of took a back seat. Like the mystery is interesting, but I was more interested about learning the culture and like the different factions and everything.
Yeah, I agree with that because I'm like.
Kitty?
Yeah. They're chasing each other. They once that the thing that happened that you said without spoiling it for other people. I was like, God, I'm like, I still like halfway through this, and I'm like, the mystery, like we've taken a diversion, but I don't mind. I actually really like this diversion.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice reality-based diversion. I feel like
oh, true, yeah,
doing this like in this time period during this chaos of what's happening in war torn. Mm-hmm. It's a very
yeah like it's not superfluous, like it makes sense.
Yeah,
and I think it's historically accurate. If I feel like this did happen, and so she's just putting her fictional characters in the events that already happened. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is the section where it's gonna like speed up, and then when he returns to Bombay it kind of slows down again, and that kind. But I think this part was my favorite part of it, just because it was
so far it's mine too.
Yeah, I ended up I finally finished one of the sections. Like I said, it's sections. So I finally finished the one section, and I just started the final section that is now titled, I think it's titled The Criminal, Trial and Error. So basically it's because the way this is designed, because there's 4 psychologists, each section pretty much is like giving each psychologist a shot at trying to solve the crime, and they just keep bumbling it, and it's like obvious that there's each gonna fail. And then this final section, I don't know if they're gonna like all combine methods to finally solve the crime. So like that's why I think like this author's just kind of almost playing fun, like making fun of the psychological detective, which I think was probably a thing back in the day. And I guess we still kind of see it now, like getting into the psychology of the criminal and everything. So, and it's also finally picking up, and I feel like the slowed sections felt slow because all of the psychologists kept going into monologues explaining their, and I was like, I get it, like this is interesting, but also
we're doing the Hercule Poirot, the wrap up.
Exactly. I was like, this is premature. I'm getting 4 wrap ups and all of them are wrong. So it's like finally, So I'm probably gonna end up giving it 3 stars, but I'm not disliking it enough to stop it, and I want to finally find out who killed. I'm like, I've got 4 suspects and they're all wrong. Just give me the right one.
That's my issue with. I have trouble DNFing anyway. Like I'm working on doing better at DNFing, but it's still a really hard thing for me to do. And reading mysteries is that because it's like, this sucks, but I want to know how it ends. Like I still want to know what happened. So because I'm like, what if? I always compare it to Pulp Fiction, the movie. Is that when I first watched Pulp Fiction, I was like, what am I watching? None of this makes sense. I don't know what's going on. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And then the end happens, and I was like, oh my God, everything makes sense. It's great now. And I'm always like, but what if that happens? And I'm like, what if it Pulp Fiction's at the end of this and makes everything okay? And then I'm expecting that out of cozy mysteries, and I'm like, that's never gonna happen. But I
feel like with a cozy mystery, you like it or you don't. Like I've never been like pleasantly surprised. I'm like, I'm enjoying it or I'm not, and that's just the way it is.
But I'm like, I still want to know what happens in the end. I'm like, I still want to know who did it. And
I love that you turn that into a verb. Like, what if this Pulp Fictions, and suddenly it's great? I'm gonna think that every time now. I don't know where we left off. I think Nicole, this was maybe during our sprint or just before we started it. She says, "Woohoo! Finished my section of the diamond painting, and now I am moving on to wool felt applique for this sprint." And I have no idea
Ooh.
what that is. It sounds fancy. Um,
I have a vague idea of what that is, but it's beyond my crafting.
Yeah, for sure. And more coffee. Yes. We support that. Because again, it's the morning for you. You got to get through much more of your day after this. Yeah, no reading or crafting that sprint. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's so funny. Now we're back with another update from Nicole. Phone calls and daughter chit-chatting before she goes away for the weekend. Love that. That's awesome. I'm heading off for a shower. We'll see you in the next chatting session. Sounds good. You're probably already gone. Yeah, enjoy your shower. So Jessica finished her novella. It was the perfect mix of spicy and sweet. Also folded a load of laundry. Nice. Got to pick another read now. I know. Do you have any options? Like, are you mood reading? Do you have a TBR that you're kind of trying to stick to? I will say, I think sometimes a novella is a unique choice, but if an author does the right thing and chooses a novella, then it actually is perfect for the story. Like I have read books where I'm like, this didn't need to be as long as it was, or like
Mm-hmm.
this book was satisfying simply because it was short. Like I didn't need any more. Like it was worth the read because it wasn't an additional 100 pages.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said that about I don't know how many books where I'm like, this should have been the stopping point. Or
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
actually, we've talked about Katie Burchell, Secret Bridesmaid. I actually thought
Yes.
I thought because as much as I love Secret Bridesmaid, I thought it was too long. And I'm like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm like. It should have been just one of the terrible wedding tasks. Should have just been taken away, like one of the
Mm-hmm.
planning. But I'm like, I don't know which one because you just had to have reworked your whole. You couldn't have just straight up
Yeah.
lifted and walked in. You had to have reworked all of it. But I say that about a
Mm-hmm.
lot of things where I'm like, oh, if you'd have just taken that one extra bit out, it would have been perfect. Just
Mm-hmm.
take that one thing. I felt that with off the top of my head, Dan Brown's Angels and Demons. I remember
Oh.
thinking like it was better than. I mean, this was ages and ages ago, but
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking I liked it better. I think than Da Vinci Code, but it was too long. I was like, it should have stopped here,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just had to push it another 100 pages, and then I was like, meh. But
Yeah. I feel like with like the bridesmaid, especially the secret bridesmaid, and then you and I buddy read the wedding season. Interestingly, I think that those two are like a bit longer than what we'd expect in
yeah,
traditional romances
mm-hmm.
as well. So she just
yeah,
like tends to write them a little bit longer.
yeah,
And yeah, like that was actually kind of sometimes my like worry about starting her books because I was like, this is longer than it
yeah,
traditionally should be. Is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing? And of course, like her writing's great, so it's like it's fine, but it is
yeah,
like there probably are some superfluous scenes that like weren't necessary, a bit zany.
yeah,
The one scene when she was like trying to train the geese or something in the Secret
yeah,
Bridesmaid,
yes,
and I
yeah,
was
yeah,
like, okay, that scene went a little bit too
yeah,
long. I mean,
right,
it was cute, but I was like, what is going on
right,
here?
yeah.
Or did you ever read anything by Barbara Kingsolver?
Mm-mm. I mean, I know who that is, but I haven't.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of people are going crazy about her. Is it like Demon Copperhead? I think it's called, or
Oh, yeah,
Demon.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. I haven't read that.
Like,
My favorite book by her and the longest one, which I also think could have been shorter, it's the Poisonwood Bible. It's like approximately like 600 pages, I think, close to that.
mhm.
And I remember I read that with a friend, and my friend was like there, that's in sections based on like the timeline and these like huge events. It's during like basically the kind of civil war changing up of independence in the Belgian Congo, like when the Belgians left. And so it's just like just craziness happening. And then there's like this whole like maybe 100 pages of like afterwards, like years later, where like the story kind of picks up. And we're just kind of like, we definitely didn't necessarily need this. Like we
Yeah,
didn't need it. It could have just ended like when like the family, when like the main girls were young girls. But again, it's like 10 years later when all the girls are grown up and they're reflecting on their time. And it's like, we didn't need any of that, but it's
yeah,
fine. So
yeah, yeah.
anyway, so Danny didn't read, trying to figure out your new camera. Oh, that's
What kind of
exciting.
camera did you get? Love a camera.
Yeah. And also, is it like a camera that like for like filming purposes? Like, are you going to be like filming videos on it? Or is it just like, is like photography one of your additional hobbies? Because yeah, that would be really interesting. I also have, I think I pulled it out. Where did it go? Oh, I put it over here. In case anyone was interested, yeah, this is like 5th season. This is like what the book is.
Turn.
It's
That's a
oh yeah,
honking book.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
it's a chunker. Well, that's what
Yeah.
we were talking about, how like we kind of avoid chunky reads. And I said fifth season is one of those, which it is like I think it's like 450 pages, but for me that is
Yeah.
chunky. I think usually I go like maybe max 350.
That's usually kind of where I'm at too.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Also, like it's me dedicating myself to another series, even though I'm
Yeah.
so glad about finishing series. I don't know. I always treat books as standalones because I feel like I can just assume that they are. But yeah, this one looks good. It looks really interesting. It says a season of endings has begun. It starts with the Great Red Rift across the heart of the world's sole continent, spewing ash that blots out the sun. It starts with death, with a murdered son and a missing daughter. It starts with betrayal and long dormant wounds rising up to fester. This is the stillness, a land familiar with catastrophe, where the power of the earth is wielded as a weapon and where there is no mercy. So I'm wondering, like, I don't know, because it's called the Broken Earth. So I'm wondering there's going to be like, I don't know. I'm just a big environmental person. So I'm like, is there going to be like, environmental things going on? I don't know.
Have you ever read, I remember when I worked at the bookstore, people would talk about it, and I've never actually read it. But Carl Hyacин's books,
Oh,
and
I
he
know
wrote
what you're talking about.
he wrote like I think he has grown up books. He definitely has like adult books, but he had some the ones it was like Hoot, and there were a couple other ones that I think
Yeah.
eco middle grade. Like I don't know what they were outside of like because I think they made a movie out of one. But
Yeah, I think so. Even maybe it was Hoot, or maybe it was something
But I
similar.
remember like they're like, oh, these are all like about animals and the planet and Earth and ecology, all that stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, but that wasn't really my deal back then. And now I'm like, I wonder if I should go back and read those. But
Yeah. Or you know what? I think I've talked to you about this before, but one middle grade series that is like all about eco things, and it's about like exploration and kind of discusses how like basically the entire Earth, we've the exploration period, we've done it, and we pretty much did it horribly, right? Like devastation, all these things. Whereas this is more of like a fantastical world where it kind of like in this world there is more land, there are more like places and cultures to experience, and like it's kind of encouraging not necessarily being so horrific in exploration. Like it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It's called Brightstorm, is the first book. I think you might have seen it on my page, but that's a great middle grade book.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a series. The second book, Dark Whispers, I actually like more than the first book, which is not typical of me, but I recommend that. So Jean loved the Poisonwood Bible when it was an Oprah pick for her book in the early 2000s. Yeah, because this is a book that's been out for quite a while. Not sure if it would resonate now. Honestly, I read it a couple years ago and I found it really fascinating. I was also living in Belgium at the time. I think that influenced things. And so I felt like I was like reading something, not like, but I was like on a train surrounded by Belgians, and I'm reading, basically how the Belgians were not great. They did not influence the Congo very well. The Congolese were very much happy to have them gone, and just the issues that still kind of resonate in regards to like historical trauma, like like the like Belgian Congolese population that lives in Belgium, like still feeling as if reparations need to come to pass and everything like that. So I found it visceral and interesting, but that's also because maybe my surroundings affected that. Yeah. So her nonfiction was also very cool. I didn't even realize that she wrote nonfiction.
Same.
Yeah. So Danny says it's a Canon EOS M50 Mark II. It's for recording videos for YouTube, but it can do more, much nicer than the one I'm using now, but that also means more complex. Oh, for sure. And like, I feel like if you want to get like the most out of these like products, you got to like find every single feature it allows you, because you're probably like only using like 20% of what it can give you. Yeah. So that's really interesting.
Yeah. My husband, he's not like, photography plays a huge part into his job. He's not like a photographer, but he does photography as part of his job, and videography and all the rest of that. And so he geeks out about cameras and like the YouTube channels. Like we do Bookstagram. He is like camera geek videos where people are like, I'm testing.
I love that.
And this camera, and I'm like, oh my god, tell me about your camera. But he is such a geek about these cameras and all the things they can do and the tech that's always changing, and it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep up.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I record my videos just on, like, on my phone, and it's
Mhm.
fine, works for me,
Yeah.
but I know that if I ever got interested, it'd be like, "Which camera should I
Yeah.
buy? Does any of it matter in regards to my understanding of things?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
it's so funny. It's like my husband is such a like instant buyer. He's like, I'm buying this today. And I'm like, I'm going to spend 2.5 years reviewing every single option of every single thing. And then I probably won't buy any of it because I'm too overwhelmed.
Yep,
and, like,
exactly.
and I'm just like, no, like it stresses
Like,
me
because
out.
I look at the reviews, and as soon as you see one
Mhm.
negative review, you're like, "What if that's my experience?" Like, this
Yes.
person said it was horrible, and I'm like, "What if that's me, and I just happen to get a defective product or something?" And they're
Yeah.
always so expensive, so it's
Yeah.
like
You want to make sure you're investing well and all the rest of it. But it's like my
mhm,
husband's camera, he uses Fuji. And he had gotten a new camera and he handed me down his, which was very, very nice. And he's like, you should use that to shoot your YouTube videos. And I'm like, well, because I use my phone as well.
mhm.
And but I'm like, apparently it's a very good still for camera, but for video, and apparently it's very nice for video, but it only records half hour at a time.
Oh
And
my gosh.
I'm like, I cannot have that stress in my life, like of like
Yeah.
timing and then knowing when I stop talking to stop. And I'm like, mm-mm. I'm like, we're just gonna use the phone. We're just gonna use the phone.
Yeah.
I don't need that
Especially
in my
because sometimes you, like, look and you're like, "Did I really just talk for that long?"
yeah.
And you're like, "Well, oh my gosh," and
Yeah,
yeah, the
I
stress
have
of
to
it.
repeat it. No, I'm like, I've gotten out what I had to say. Now I have to like pretend I didn't. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So Danny also says my husband is a techie, and he got this camera for me for my birthday. He's been playing with it and recording things, and I haven't used it yet. Yeah, always get anxious trying new things and drag my feet. Well, that's great that your husband's basically like, here, I'll do a test run. I'll do all of this stuff for you. Have a
Yes.
good time. Yeah. So yeah, that's nice. I guess we might as well do another. Like that's the end of the comments.
Okay.
So
Can I bring up a very non-related thing before we start?
oh my
It's a
gosh,
book
no,
thing.
please.
I thought about making a YouTube video for it, but then it's dated now. But I'm like, I still wanted to talk about it,
Mhm.
and I want people in the book world. I just wanted opinions. So, have y'all followed the Taylor Swift book that isn't really her book that ended up being BTS? Do y'all like know any of what happened?
I remember I remember hearing something about like a book at the same time as like her CD came out or something, suddenly became available and people were like, "We think this is Taylor Swift's book." And then it
Yeah.
like came offline and they're like, "We can't even get this book anymore," or
No.
something.
So vaguely, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my cats are being crazy.
No, it's okay.
So there was it came out, I guess, to booksellers. Booksellers got a press release that
Okay.
they were going to announce a book.
Mhm.
Like either it would have been like today or next week. It would have been like June 13th or something like that. It would have
Mhm.
been, and the Taylor Swift of it all matters, but doesn't really matter. People thought it was Taylor Swift because the way the dates aligned. So it would have
Oh,
been like 13th is her number. And then the book was supposed to come out on July 9th, which is a Sunday, which is bonkers weird. But it was going to come out on a Sunday. Her
Mhm.
CD, was Speak Now, she's doing her re-release of Speak Now, is going to be on
Right.
Friday, July 7th. And like that sounds like a great like memoir name if you were going to tie it in. Whatever. And the paragraph that she announced releasing Speak Now was very, dear reader, I'm going to tell you about my life. And so everybody kind of thought it was going to be Taylor. But so either way, the booksellers got a press release saying, like, don't talk about it. We're going to announce it on June 13th, blah, blah, blah. It leaked. Everybody thought it was Taylor. And then because it leaked, all the booksellers, like saw it on Target's website. I found it on a few other websites. And this is my point, is that I have never seen this before, and I was wondering if anybody else had ever seen this before, is that they had pre-orders available for a book with no name, no author, and just said a book was coming. Like
Wow.
they never confirmed it was Taylor, and it wasn't Taylor. It was BTS, because apparently the dates are their dates as well. And people are like, it has to be somebody huge, because if you're releasing it on a
Mhm.
Sunday, you already know it's going to be a bestseller. You don't have to
Mhm.
like the reason you
Like, you
want
don't have to, like, prep and get it, like, the perfect time and
you don't
yeah.
need the full week to get to the bestseller count. You're like, it's going
Mhm.
to be Insta. So it's like everybody's like, it's got to be somebody massively huge. But they were taking pre-orders for a book that had no title and no author.
Mhm.
And people were like, and they finally had to announce it because I think people were like, I'm like, as a business, how are you gonna refund all that money once people find out it's not by the person who they think it is. And I think they finally got backed into a corner and had to announce it. But like, I have a friend who works at an indie bookstore, and I messaged her. I was like, "Hey, do you know what's going on with this?" And she's like, "It's insane. They won't tell us what the book is, but they want us to have massive pre-orders to like be ready. But it's like, what if that's not your audience? Like,
yeah, because
like,
then all of these books are returned. I mean, obviously,
right.
fortunately, BTS like has like a big audience, so it's
Yeah.
fun. Like, you know, books would have been distributed anyway, but it's
Right.
like,
But then like, what if you're like, because like I have we have a Black owned. They don't sell purely Black authored books, but a lot of
it's a
their
Black owned business.
Black owned business, and I'm like, they're not gonna need 800 boxes of BTS books. Like, they may sell a few, but they're not gonna sell all of them. But like, they also were asking for events. My friend, she does the events for this bookstore. They wanted her to like, oh, if you want to apply to do an event for a book they don't know, for an author they don't know. And I was just like, I have never heard. I worked at a bookstore for, I mean, I wasn't like in management, but I've never heard of such a thing where people were taking. I was sort of just floored that this was a thing that happened. And I was just curious as to whether or not anybody else had ever seen this before for any other book. Because I'm like, we've seen massive pre-orders like Harry Potter and stuff, but I'm like, never for a unnamed, unauthored mystery book. I was just like that. I was just shocked by it. I had never seen.
Yeah. I can't imagine. I'm trying to think of like if there were any, like I imagine that there could be similar events to like maybe like concerts or like in-person events where like, again, but like other things are happening, or maybe there's other artists and there's going to be one surprise artist or something, but it's like a combination of things. So like, oh, if I'm disappointed by this one thing, well, I'm still coming for the other things that are happening. So like, in regards to one product though, that again is like I feel like it's especially unheard of in like the literature community, because I feel like also like I don't know, literature books, we have this huge following. Like we've got people who are interested in books, writing articles about books and everything, but it's not usually like mass produced like media, like where it's like a global kind of talking, or like the entire country is talking about this one thing, unless the book is turned into a movie or something else to that effect. So yeah, I think that that's just like a really weird, and of course though, the reason why it was so big is because we are talking about like a music, you know, icon, pop star of our day. And so again, if it wasn't, you know, a musician like Taylor Swift or someone like that, again, this type of book news wouldn't be a thing. Like it wouldn't be real.
And I mean, at that point, I guess they never would have put the pre-order up, but I was just like, I was just shocked that they even bought. I was like, that's bad. I just was sort of weirded out by it. Like, I was so into the Taylor Swift of it all too, because I'm not quite a Swiftie, but I was just, and then I was like, this is gonna be hilarious if it's not her, and then it wasn't her. But I was just sort of like,
but also, can you imagine too, like if it wasn't a musician, if it like, obviously we're kind of lucky that it stayed in the same industry, but if it was just this random person being like, do I say something? Like, so many people are gonna be upset, like this is my big break, maybe it's my debut, like that would have been really crazy.
Because I was thinking, I had seen a couple of posts where it was a random indie bookstore that I have no relation to, and they had posted, they were doing a bunch of Taylor Swift lyric puns where they're like, we can't tell you who this was by, but where they were just putting song lyrics in, very heavily insinuating. And I'm like, you don't know who this is. And now and they sort of said like, if who we think it is wrong, we'll refund your money. But I'm like, but you've never actually said who it, like, I don't think the store would have actually been sketchy and not given people their money back. But I'm like, but they easily could have said, well, we never said who it was. We really thought it was BTS. So then you have to be stuck with this book you don't want. Like, I was like, oh, y'all are just, this is all signs of trouble. Like, this was just, I thought it was a very weird
marketing capitalism, like focusing on getting the money first, and then
it was a very weird moment, and I thought it was very strange. And I was just curious what other book community people thought about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
that would be interesting. I don't know. We'll have to wait to see if anyone like comments about it, because also it's always like a bit delayed in regards to like people commenting. I don't know if you do that. Yeah, it's like when we're talking. That's why sometimes, I mean, obviously we just start rambling and we're talking, but sometimes when we're talking and then it seems like the chat's a little bit delayed in us, like with us, like that sometimes happens. I know like StreamYard's been weird, or sometimes you'll suddenly get like a flood of comments and then it's like, oh shoot, and I gotta catch up and everything. I think they've been updating the site a lot as well. Like a few other people have been saying that, and I don't stream enough to know anything.
Right.
So I'm just lucky. I'm like, we're live. Things are working.
Yeah, it's
I'm
here.
assuming people can see us and we're good to
Yeah.
go. But yeah, it is kind of interesting and like, yeah, it makes you wonder. Also, like, just I don't know how someone like Taylor Swift copes with that because there are always so
Yeah.
many theories following her, and like you have to imagine a book must be coming out. You know what I mean? Like that is like one industry that she hasn't done yet. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
like this year, but like at some point, I feel like she's going and she's going to be the type of person to write her own memoir
Oh,
too.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
There
so I
are
think it's kind of interesting.
there is a weird theory which I kind of love. It doesn't help that I'm obsessed with mysteries, so when all this stuff it just feeds into that.
Mm-hmm.
But when she re-released Red and
Mm.
she did the music video for All Too Well, it at the end of the video when it's supposed to be the fictionalized version of her grown up and she wrote the book which is All Too Well about this thing that happened to her when she was dating this guy, it said 10 years later, but 10 years later did not equal present day. 10 years later equaled 2023. And so people have been saying since that video dropped that
Yeah.
she is dropping a book in 2023. They're like, oh, we're getting a book. So then that happened. And so they're like, this is the book.
Yeah, like we predicted this.
And then it was like, no, it's not the book. So it's
Yeah.
like, so good, but it's like, no, it's not the book.
That is insane. I didn't know about that. Like, of course, people are going crazy waiting for a
Yeah.
book for this year.
And well, she's I think a lot, and this is so off, whatever. But she does it. I didn't start following her till 1989, and so a lot of this stuff I didn't know she even did. I just saw it on all the blogs, and people are like, "Oh, she does all this stuff." Is that like early in her career, she dropped clues for stuff all the time, and now she doesn't do it as much. But people look into everything, still looking for clues, and then she still kind of every once in a while she'll still do it. And then so you never know when she does or doesn't. And then people like look way too deep and they're like, oh, these were clues. And I'm like, well, that was stupid obvious. Like, are we 12? Because I guess she started this when we were all 12. But
yeah.
like, but she's still like 12-year-old clues. And it's like, it's not that deep. And when people go like deep into the clues and whether or not any of this means anything at all. But
yeah, like I guess it adds to the fandom, you know, it's like fun when people like when you are discovering these types of things, especially when it's like when she's such a popular person, like she's got such a history of doing that. So it's like we're expecting it, we know what to do. But it kind of not to like bring back to I feel like I don't remember if you read this or not, but the like when people go too far in trying to do clues and it's like it's almost like then trying to be too clever and it's like no, don't do this. It was a Christmas murder game. Do you remember
I have the arc for it, but I never actually read it.
Oh my gosh. I DNF'd it. You know, again, DNFing, there's gotta be a reason for it. Part of it might have been I wasn't in the right space for it, which is fine. But what's interesting is like when you start it, the author, like, and I have nothing against the author, I don't know anything about her, but she basically like kind of, if I remember correctly, like writes a note to the reader saying, hey, I'm letting you know that there are clues in every single like chapter.
Right. It was mystery within a mystery sort of thing, right?
Yeah, like mystery within a mystery where I think like she even like went out and like provided like anagrams where she's like, there's going to be a sentence that if you like reword it, it does this, or it's like a quote from something else, which like then adds to like, you got to try to find those. So it's like mysteries inside. Yeah. Like you said, puzzles and all this, which like could be so fun. But for me, who knows, I'm like, I like puzzles, but I know I'm not going to be that sophisticated and being able to like locate a certain anagram, you know, thing. I was like, I'm gonna miss out on this, and I'm just gonna know because I was like, chapters are going by. I know I'm missing this. He is the kitty having a little
he
fun.
Just missed the whole table. He tried jumping and he fell.
Oh, you'll get better, bud, once you get older. That's so cute.
I have that problem with the second the Sherry Thomas book, the Charlotte Holmes stuff.
Oh, I read the first book and didn't read more because there are certain problems I had with the first book. I don't think we ever talked about it.
I loved the first. But the second,
interesting.
I really enjoyed the first book, and the second book, I thought was too wrapped into like actual literal puzzles, and they were describing them, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. Like I can't follow. And she's like describing the puzzles, then solving the puzzles. And I'm sure it was all very accurate, but it was all very like obscure and niche. And I was like, know what's going on. And I was just like, and I was like, this was significantly harder to follow as an actual like mystery story than the first one.
Yeah, because it's distracting, and then you're like, wait, what is this going on? And like, are you giving me a chance to actually decipher something or whatever?
And so I was sort of like, I'm just gonna go with what you said. Like, I don't know. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. And I hate doing that. I hate the like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna follow. I don't love that.
Like I'm just gonna take your word for it. Like, apparently that was clever when I don't understand.
Yeah, that's not a thing I love, even in like TV. Or sometimes I'm like, there's been too long of a gap between seasons, and I'm like going in, and I'm like, I don't remember any of this, and I'm like, okay, I'll just go along with it. And I hate that. I don't know what's happening, but that's why I felt with the second Sherry Thomas. But
oh my gosh, I'm realizing that I'm thinking of the wrong series. So okay, so Jean said she didn't like the Sherry Thomas Sherlock Holmes book, DNF chapter. So I need to recant what I just said.
No,
sorry,
listen,
Jean. I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I personally loved it. I love book one. I love book two. Right? What'd you say?
There are two Sherlock Holmes mysteries, like two different like.
Yes. So I thought I was thinking of the YA one that, so we're talking, so what is that? That's Charlotte Holmes. So the reason I think I got mixed up is because there's like the YA one is called the Charlotte Holmes series, whereas like the one is like the Lady Sherlock series.
Yeah.
And so that was my bad. And the most recent one I read was the YA. But so sorry, Jean. I personally really liked Sherry Thomas's first two books. I actually own the next two because I got so excited and I just haven't read them. But so okay. So, and I remember I really enjoyed book two, actually. And you said, oh my gosh. And then, okay, now I'm like, okay, everything's happening. That's so funny. Well, you know what it is I think with book two, I don't really fully remember. But I remember I enjoyed the bigger mystery. Yeah, but like you're right, there was like these little cases that she was solving, which I guess is probably supposed to be reminiscent of like Sherlock Holmes solving these little mini cases as he goes. But I didn't really pay attention to that as much because I was like, oh, okay. Like,
that's sort of how, because I'm like, I eventually could probably get to the third because I'm like, they're not all going to be the same. The first one wasn't like that. It was very clearly that was the moment of this, but.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Now, because now I'm like trying to remember what, like, oh my gosh, I was like totally lost because I was like, oh man, like that's crazy because usually you and I are like on point with our opinions and being like, if you like this book, I'm going to like it,
You know what one book you've liked, and I have never told you that I didn't, that we both read, and you love it. Buried in a Good Book by Tamara Barry.
Oh no!
I didn't like it at all.
Oh no. Well, okay. So the one thing is I'm wondering is one, I listened to the audiobook for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I don't like that. That's the thing that I'm having a hard time with audiobooks. I'm like, am I liking it because I really like the audiobook narrator as well and like the way they're delivering the lines. But I think I had fun with it because I was like, okay, whatever. But that's so interesting. And you know what? This just shows it's okay.
Yeah.
Everyone can have their opinion. If someone doesn't like a book, that's cool. If someone does, cool.
And well, the same on vice versa. I think you read the final revival of Hoopla and Nub. I think I mentioned that one to you, and you didn't love it, and I loved it. And I was like, those were our two that I was like, we have not.
That's so interesting. But, yeah. Because I didn't like that one as much, and I don't know if we probably haven't actually talked about our thoughts, about like why I didn't like that one or why you didn't.
I remember you did it. You did it in one of your videos.
I remember
seeing about it, but I just loved it. I don't know. I just like but
Well, you know what's funny though is so it wasn't my thing, but I have recommended that book multiple times to people who I think would like it. Like the people who mention like, what is it, Daisy and the Six? I'm like, if you like that book, you probably would be interested in like the final revival of Hoopla and Nub. Plus, it adds like diverse voices. You know what I mean?
I liked it. I just read Daisy Jones a couple months ago, and I thought I was gonna like, if you've seen the story of Stevie Nicks and crew, Fleetwood Mac, you know this story. Like, there's nothing new under the story. And I thought, I was like, Hoopla and Nub is so much, for me, was so much better. And I'm like, no, it's really like people were talking about it, but not to the level that Daisy Jones was getting. But
and I think people that just shows the industry. I think like these two kind of similar books, one happens to be by a Black author, her debut novel, similar, but it's just not the same platform and not as publicized. When, to be honest, like, as a whole, I actually, like, I found it a fast read. I found it entertaining. There were just like little things that I was kind of like, I'm not feeling this. But like I said, like, I have recommended that multiple times, and I'm imagining it probably is better than Daisy Jones and the Six. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, even though I haven't read that book. So
Like,
yeah, like, it's kind of
I
interesting.
wasn't like angry at it. It wasn't like a terribly written book. It was just like, if my husband's a music man too, so I'm like, I watch all these like music documentaries with him, and it felt like I've seen this film before. Like, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Second half was better than the first half, but like the whole first half, I was like, I've seen this. I've seen this in every music documentary I've ever seen. But
yeah, like, it seems like she has too, and so she's just
yeah. And with
Mhm.
Opal and Nev, I thought it was a bit more original. Like, that band didn't exist as far as I know. Like, Daisy Jones and the Six is so clearly Fleetwood Mac. We all like, that's an
Yeah.
I don't know if, and if there was, it's not a huge band. If you had this
Yeah,
Black, like,
it's more niche. It's more
and
kind of
like,
like,
this is more of an original story of like hippie British boy, nerdy British boy with like Afrocentric Black American woman. I'm like, I don't know that band. If that band existed, I don't know it. And so I'm like, I thought it was much more original as a story. But
yeah.
yeah.
So Jean said that she thought that, like, the Lady Sherlock series was problematic, which makes me, like, it's just, you find it interesting because, like, sometimes you're like, well, I didn't see this, like, I wonder why. I think it was overhyped. I'm okay if you like it, Leandra. Thanks. Yeah, thanks because Carly and I like it. That's so interesting. I mean, we might have to, like, look into it and just see why. I wonder why it's, like, viewed that way, or why
Also
Jean.
interesting is I didn't even think it was hyped. I think a
Yeah,
friend of
I
mine
know.
told me about it, and I was like, oh, that sounds fun. Like, I was not aware of it outside of like.
Yeah, I think I happened upon it in a bookstore, and I was like, oh, like, switching it up, and from a woman's perspective, interesting. And yeah, like, I didn't hear about it at all. And I think the series might still be ongoing. And I think Lady Sherlock, I think, came out in like 2014 or 2015 or something like that. So it's always interesting to wonder about that. But I think it's time for us to do another sprint. Okay. You're going to get back into the action, which I'm excited about.
I have to go run to the bathroom and feed the cats, and then action.
Totally fine. That works. I know. I had to go to the restroom. In between that, I was like, I'll be right back. And I, like, left the couch completely blank. And I'm like, people will know I'm here. It's fine.
Like, should I put a little sign? It's like,
Be back in 5 minutes. Off fishing or something like that. Okay. See everybody in 45. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome, everybody. How did everyone's reading go? How did your reading go?
I got about 20 pages further. There's a bit of I had to break up some cat fights. It does. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It like high gear now. But there's a little bit of Have you seen Lawrence of Arabia, the film?
No, I haven't.
There are bits of Lawrence in here, and I don't know if that's just all stories are the same. You know, like you have like, or is it like kind of time period? Right. Like it's because I mean it's not in the same place, I don't think, but it's very British soldier kind of goes. They say it here goes native, but like starts wearing the clothes and then shows up at the hotel, and they're like, "Who's this guy?" And he like takes command and like. And a little bit, I was like, it's a little bit. It's not like it's not telling the same story, but there's a little bit of like Lawrence there. But
yeah, and the thing too is the problem is that book obviously again like there's notes of Sherlock Holmes and everything like that. Like he's always like, what would Sherlock do? And like I haven't read all of the Sherlock Holmes canon. You know what I mean? Like I've only read some like the short story collection, and I've read a couple of the, I guess you would call them novellas. So it's like I don't know how deep March went. So I'm like, I don't know if there's also notes that are like, you know, echoing that I've just I missed.
Yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah. That's true, because this could this be the Mormons? Could this be the like him going on this journey? Is it the Mormons? Is it? I hate the Mormon. Not literally.
Oh, I know. Wait.
In the Scarlet Letter, I hate the Mormon. Every time I'm like, not the Scarlet Letter, but
what is it? Is it A Study in Scarlet?
Yes,
that's what it is.
Every time I read A Study in Scarlet, when I hit the Mormons, I'm like, kill me now. I don't want to read this anymore. And I'm like, is this supposed to be the like going off with the kid in the mountain and the like? Is it the Mormon? You know, but.
Yeah, or like any, like honestly, I feel like what I've understood, like again, I really like the short stories, but I think most of Sherlock Holmes's like main novels didn't age super well, if I'm going to be honest. Like I did read A Study in Scarlet, and there are like some notes of that in there that I could tell, but I was like, I didn't like that. And I think I read the other one that was after
Sign
that.
of Four. Sign of Four is really problematic.
The Sign of Four, was that the one where the explanation was definitely like racist in nature?
I don't even remember what the explanation was, but there was a lot of racism in that one. I don't remember if the race explanation was tied to the racism, but there was definitely racism.
Yeah. And like in regards to like the culprit couldn't have done what the culprit did without Conan Doyle having certain assumptions and like stereotypes about like that group of people, I think, if it's what I remember correctly. And I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. So mine, what's interesting is that mine, it's a lot more fast paced now that I'm not following the psychologists, which is great. Yeah. So I only have about 60 pages left. What I thought was interesting is it's set on like a transatlantic cruise ship. And there's this one scene where they talk about like, oh, they're like, they hear like basically the plane kind of going off, and they're like, oh, that's the mail plane that we do, like that we send off every week that like comes and like drops off mail for the cruise people. And I was like, what a concept that I never thought of them doing, that they did. Well, these people still need to get their mail. So what we're going to do is we're going to have them send mail and pick up mail. And it's just, I was like, that, I don't know. I just thought that was such an interesting, very of the time.
When is your book written? When was it written originally?
That's a good question. Let me see here. 1932.
Okay.
Yeah. I kind of love, like, that's the part of like Golden Age stuff that I love, when they just give something naturally that like makes sense for the time, when with us, we're like, wow, that doesn't happen now, like obviously. So that's quite interesting. There's also, you might appreciate this. I forgot this at the end of this collection. There's like something that's called like, it's like right here, and it says the clue finder, and it says, do not open until you have finished the story. And I remember at the introduction of this, it said that the author, he like lists out like 23 clues or something like that. at the back so that basically it's kind of like him showing that he's doing fair play stuff, being like, here's where I gave clues.
Oh, I love
Did
that.
you catch them all? Yeah. And so I'm like, now that I've remembered that exists, I'm excited to see how it ends and see what he thinks is like a reasonable clue, being like, does it actually make sense? Doesn't it? Yeah. And it's really cute. It says like at the bottom, personable readers, even though they cheat at solitaire, never cheat at this, which I just think is quite funny. It's like if you're a respectful mystery reader, you will not cheat and read through this one. So I kind of like those little hints.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah. And we don't see that today. We don't really ever see, like, especially mystery authors being like, like there was that classic thing where as you're reading a mystery, they might like pause and like the author will break the fourth wall and be like, okay, I'm about to show you the person. So this is your time to make a guess. And I kind of I wish that we did that more in like this kind of, to have fun with it. But so Jean had asked everyone what they were reading. So anyone who's still here, if you want to give a refresher about what you're reading so far, I have it listed like under my name when our names pop up that I'm reading Killing Me. I haven't done that at all. Just like I've been lying the entire time. And I've been reading Obelisks at Sea by C. Daly King. You can say what you're reading.
I'm reading Murder in Old Bombay by Nev March, who, this is my own like internal biases, but I assumed Nev March was a man. And then I looked it up the other day and I was like, oh, cool. All right. But I'm like, just sort of assumptions of what the story was about. I kind of went man and
I thought Nev March was a man as well. And I don't know if that was partially just because, like, again, Nev, it's a bit gender neutral. I don't know that name. And the fact that we're following like a man detective, so like a bit actiony. So I was like, that's what I was just assuming, he was a soldier. So it is kind of interesting. Like, again, societal biases, not intentional. Yeah.
I'm doing that a little bit with, so a friend of mine is reading Babel by R.F.
Oh, yeah.
And she was telling me about it, and I was like, oh, I'm aware it was everywhere. I don't really know what it's about, but I know it's very popular right now. And then at the same time, Yellowface was sort of everywhere. And then all of a sudden I realized it was the same author. And then I looked the author up because it's just the initials, is that R.F. Kuang's a woman. And I was like, not knowing a thing about Babel, just knew it was big and popular and saw the name. Looking at the cover, I was like, I thought R.F. Kuang was a man. And then when I did not realize they were the same person, looking at the cover of Yellowface, and I was like, oh, that was written by a woman. And I'm just like, the marketing and the covers convince people, like, would men have read Babel if they had known it was a woman? Like, I know they did that with J.K. Rowling. They put, the publishers made her publish under J.K. because they thought boys wouldn't read if they knew it was a woman. And
that's really interesting.
Sociologically, psychologically very interesting.
I've had this conversation with people before, and I can't remember why, but it's basically like, like the social experiment of covers. Like, especially like genres have certain color schemes. Even the typeface suggests a certain like genre or what's going on. Like, for instance, if you ever look at like books that have like, it looks like handwriting, maybe it's in all caps or cursive or something, like that usually kind of leans towards maybe thriller, maybe suspense. Oftentimes that is, especially in like nowadays, like there are thrillers and suspense written by men, but there's also this kind of niche group of like women writers who are doing that type of thing. Or again, like the bright pops of color that we see in romance, contemporary romances. That same thing goes for cozy mysteries. Both contemporary romance and cozy mysteries are popular genres. They're cozy, they're fun. Unfortunately, not often taken seriously by academia kind of things in those circles. So it's kind of interesting to think about that. But in regards to R.F. Kuang, that's such an interesting perspective because we have right now, we just got Yellowface in at our library and we like put it on display because it's like new books. And I didn't even make the connection as the same author as Babel either.
I didn't either. So I can't remember what made me make the connection. It was just, I think I looked it up, or my friend was reading Babel and she had read the Poppy Wars, or the Poppy War, whatever she'd written before Babel.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I really like that. And I was like, oh, let me look up the cover of that. Let me look that up. And then I was like, what?
I know.
I have yellow face on hold at the library as well, and I didn't even realize. I had no, because the story actually seems really interesting. Like it kind of gives the vibe of like chick lit romance, and it actually seems to go very much more deeper than that without having read it yet. But so I was like, oh, okay. But
Versatility. And also Babbel too. Like I remember, I don't think ML is still here, but ML really loved Babbel as well.
okay,
And she was saying that like also like RF Kwong is like currently still getting her PhD, which is crazy. Like she's still a
wow,
student doing things, which like of course like PhDs can take years and years.
yeah,
But yeah, I think you're right, especially with like the cover of Babel, the kind of like almost industrialness of like, you know, like versus society, history, it being this really thick book with all of these like footnotes. A lot of people like to talk about the footnotes. It does sound, it reminds me of like the epic thick books that we expect like of like men writers who
yes,
do that. And so it's just like hopefully breaking stereotypes, but it is
yeah,
interesting to be like how many marketing ideas were done behind the scenes, because the author can kind of be like, yeah, I like the cover, that looks cool, but like again, they don't have a lot of say in that like that's in regards to advertising and
yeah,
like marketing the book out. So yeah, it's just interesting to think about.
yeah.
So Jessica started Texted Up My Heart by Tegan Hunter. It's another novella. Awesome. I love that you're just going into the novellas,
It
but
sounds
they're
like a
easier
Back
to
Boys
finish.
song or something. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
dating,
yeah. Texting
but
Up My
like it's
Heart.
like texting up my heart. There
Oh,
we
it totally does. It totally sounds like a pop
yeah,
song that like I
like
would be
oh
screaming like that I would
yeah,
be like screaming to the top of my lungs, even though I had no idea what it means. You know, when you like look back and you're like, I remember I was obsessed with the song, like Heartbreak, and I was like,
yeah,
I didn't know anything.
yeah, yeah.
Like I was a child.
Yes.
I need books to be lighter after reading so many bigger ones. Yeah, no, that's
Like,
true.
mhm.
Especially like after you've like invested so much time into a book, like it's almost like long-term satisfaction. As soon as you get that, you're like, I don't think I can go through that again for a while. I need short-term satisfaction
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, I think last month I read 2 books that were like again, this is not normal for me. I read 2 books that were 500 pages, which I was like, this is insane. And
Yeah.
now I'm kind of looking for short-term reads, even though I'm reading like this absurdly like for a classic mystery long book. I don't know what's going on with me.
Yeah.
Anyway. So Danny, still haven't read. Totally fine. I recorded a video though. Now I should
Progress.
be set to read on the next sprint if you all are sticking around. I think we're sticking around. Yeah,
I'm
you're
in
good?
one more. At least
That's what I was
after the next
thinking.
one, I'll probably figure out what's going on with my husband. But you know, at least one more.
Yeah, just check in, be like, "So you said."
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah.
Yeah. And also, yeah, Danny, let us know what video to just record so we can anticipate it. So Nicole, I am now getting some wool felt applique done and filming it. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Very exciting, obviously for your other channel. So Danny loves the idea of a clue list. I definitely feel like I miss things, so it would be nice to go through at the end and check. Yeah, for sure. Or I've like okay, so not to talk about Sherlock Holmes again, but have you seen like Sherlock, the BBC
Yeah.
version? So there's this I can't remember, but there's this one episode where like Watson is like, "Oh, like I got your clue, like your 3 clues or something, so that I know what you're doing." At least I'm pretty sure that was Sherlock. And Sherlock's like, "I sent you like 100 clues, you know, like I sent you all of these other ones and I knew you wouldn't get them all. So I'm only get like, you know, I knew you'd get some of them. And I just didn't know which ones you were gonna get. And
Yeah.
so like it kind of shows like made Watson kind of feel dumb where it's like I had to give you all these clues and you only catch a
Got
few to
3.
get my drift.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like I feel like sometimes you almost wonder like how many like this is a nice way for the author to be like, this is exactly the number of clues I showed you. This is what like, you know, like how many did you catch? So it's like maybe I didn't catch them all, but I catch a few where you don't need all of them to get the right answer. You just
Yeah.
need like enough. Yeah.
Or
Really
like or
interesting.
things that you maybe thought were a clue and then weren't a clue at all. Like
Mhm.
things that you're like, oh, that was clearly leading up to something, and then
Yeah,
it's
like
like,
this was,
no, no,
or like
it's
this person was misleading me. And it's like,
yeah,
I did not intend to have this character even be considered. Like
yeah,
this was your
yeah,
imagination. Yeah. Danny ended up kind of having to correct her one message because I've done that before. I've hit enter too many times, being like, oh, my message was not done. So, Nicole, I don't know a lot about wool felting, but are you doing a 3D object or a flat picture? Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I'm always imagining it being more like blanket or clothing or like canvas bag or something like that. But I know that some people in the comments, like if Tina's still here, she's like made stuffed animals before and that kind of thing, like crocheting them, I think. Hillary loved Babbel so much. I finished it about 2 weeks ago. That is so cool. I know that like some people have done it where they've also listened to the audiobook, which is interesting to think about with the footnotes, because apparently like the footnotes are also read aloud. And I don't know know how that's done. Maybe like at the end of every chapter or something like that. But yeah, that's one of the things, like I would love to read Babbel. I hear it's like gothic academia, like historical fiction-y kind of thing, alternate universe or whatever is going on there. But it's like a commitment. Like it would be a long commitment. Good night. Good night, Jean.
Good night. Thanks for hanging.
Yeah, thank you. So Danny, I recorded my recent horror reads video. It will go up tomorrow afternoon. So cool. Yeah. So Danny is another person who's been trying to read more horror this year. So we've kind of been like throwing ideas back and forth. And that's why we read Dead Silence this past month, because it's like horror, thriller, sci-fi. And then we're just kind of going left field with 5th season, but that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else to give updates for myself. Oh, there's another comment, because I was like, we could just go into a sprint now.
Yeah.
So Danny says, good night, Jean, if you're still here. So wool felt applique is where you are working sheets of wool felt and creating a scene. The one I'm working on right now is called Round the Garden by Wendy Williams. Oh, so I wonder if like, is it kind of, are you almost given a kit, or you're given like certain steps to create the scene? Or I love that your cat is just hanging out with you.
I do. He's mellowed. Like earlier, it was like I fed them and then they went psycho for a second.
Yes, you're like, oh, finally, all this energy.
Yeah.
So Danny read Babbel while listening to it. The footnotes are read at the exact moment they are relevant. Are they like read in a different voice, or like how do you tell? You know what I mean? Like I'm wondering if it like flows really well, where you're like, okay, I know a footnote's coming in. Okay, moving forward. You know.
I read a nonfiction book last year that was or I audiobooked it. I mean, it is reading.
Yeah.
Have you watched The Good Place, the sitcom The Good Place?
Oh yeah.
So it was Michael Schur wrote a book about the philosophy of The Good Place. Like basically he taught himself philosophy so he could write The Good Place. And it was basically kind of like a beginner's primer to philosophy, I guess. And so it's real nonfiction. Like it's really about philosophy.
Yeah.
But he's reading it and he kind of got the cast of Good Place to like read bits of it. So like Ted and Kristen, they're all reading parts of it. But when he would do footnotes, they would have like a little tone. You'd hear like reading, and then you get somebody would read a voice change, read the footnote, and then go and like end a footnote. And they opened with that, like in the introduction. They're like, okay, this is how we're gonna do footnotes. You'll hear the tone. It's like those old read along books when we were kids, and like when you hear the tone, turn the page. It was very much like
I love that.
But yeah.
That's so creative. That totally makes sense. Oh my gosh. So it's a flat picture. It is huge, and it will take me around 18 months.
Oh my goodness.
What an investment of time.
Yeah.
Yes, I got a kit and a pattern. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. If you Google Round the Garden Wool Felt Appliques by Wendy Williams, it will come up. It is intense, and I am filming for my Patreon members the process as it was a gift from one of them. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, that is so nice of them. Yeah. And there are a couple people that are also doing it along with me, and some are waiting till I finish it. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's interesting. So some people are going on the process with you, and others are just watching. So then when you're done, they'll do it themselves.
That's what is Dusty's actual name? Nicole? Is it Nicole?
Nicole. Yeah, so Nicole.
Nicole. How is this different from, so I've recently picked up embroidery, and I've seen a lot of people do where they have pieces of felt and they embroider felt onto, it's like almost like a scene, but it's like a mixture of embroidery and felt. Is that like, have you done that? Is that different? How is that different? Like, or if you even know the answer to this question.
Yeah, that is a good question. I wonder if I can round the garden wool. I'm going to see, and I'm going to see if I can project. like switch the share screen to it so that everyone can kind of see it.
Oh, okay.
So let's play this. I'm going to stop sharing that screen and then I'm going to try to share. If everything works out, share. And then I'm going to make it bigger because it's not big right now, I'm imagining. So that's kind of what it looks like. Let me do, there we go. Can you see me moving it?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Wow,
Oh,
that is like really in depth. Like some of these.
Wow. It's very much like a quilt, or at least that's what it looks like from the little
Oh, it
picture.
does. Yeah, or look, this is like a blow up of the little houses.
Oh my god. Nicole, are
That's
you
so
having to cut all
sweet.
those pieces out of by yourself, or is it come like that already pre-cut? Oh my god, I can't. That's
Oh my
amazing.
gosh, that's a good question. I didn't even think about the fact that you might have to like look all of the detail, like the little garden underneath the houses. Oh my
That's
gosh.
insanity. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and honestly, like not that I didn't believe the like 18 months thing, but I very much believe it now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I hope that like the other people on the who are watching could see that because that's crazy. Okay, so I think I stopped sharing it. Okay, I think we're good there. Where are we now? And if you Google it, a couple people of the thing. Ah, here we go. Yes, that is similar. What I'm doing there is a mixture of embroidery with the wool felt. It is 60 inches by 60 inches. Oh my gosh, 5 feet by 5 feet, right? That's what that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like that's almost as tall as I am. But like that literally, yeah.
I can't. You have to cut all that out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So much patience. This is when audiobooks are lovely though, because then you're just like, just gonna do this while I'm listening to a book. So Danny, I've listened to a few books that have footnotes since then, but if I recall correctly, the footnotes are done in a second voice. Yeah, just that makes sense. A little bit of a knowledge being like, okay, what like your brain probably gets used to it after the first few times, and you're like, okay, I know this is a footnote, moving on. Cool. Yeah, that'd be interesting, especially for those who like also listen to audiobooks so fast. Like some people listen to like 2 times speed. I feel like I'd be like, wait a second, I need to catch up, especially with nonfiction though. Yeah, Nicole, that's incredible. For sure. Yeah. I'm sure it's gonna be beautiful too when you're done. Like what would you do with it afterwards? Like what are you gonna do with it, Nicole? Like just keep it, like especially because you did so much work on it. Are you gonna gift it to someone? Yes, audio are my best friend when I'm doing something like this. It is an amazing piece. Yeah, for sure. Can you just imagine someone coming up with that and being like, I know, this is what I'm gonna, do.
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
I'm also impressed that you can do so. Since I'm still new to audio, or maybe it's not even that I'm new to audio, I can't. So like embroidery, I don't think I can listen to an audiobook while I'm doing embroidery. I think I'm still too new at embroidery to where I can't, like I'm paying attention too much. I can knit watching TV and not even look at what I'm doing. So I haven't had to knit in a while. So I haven't knitted in audiobooks, but I'm like, that would be amazing. I could do that. I can knit and wash dishes and I can knit and do laundry. But like I've tried, knit. I can audiobook.
I know you I knew what you meant. I was like, you're like knitting with one hand somehow and doing the dishes.
But like I'm at work, like if I'm at work and doing like typing, because I see people like people are like, oh, I'm just doing data entry, or I'll listen to an audiobook, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like I'm still concentrating too much, even if it's still low functioning thinking. I can't divide my attention that well. I'm like, I have to be super skilled at the thing. So I'm like, I'm not at an embroidery level yet of listening to an audiobook. I could do knitting, but I'm like,
well, I'm the same with even driving sometimes, like depending on how like heavy traffic is and like if I'm like trying to figure out, like I'm not so sure where I'm going, like I literally, it'll like a second will go by. I heard that.
Yeah.
A second will go by and I'll be like, shoot, I have no idea where I am in place and time with like this book. I'm gonna have to go back because I don't know. And it's like a split second. So yeah. Oh, the kitties just hanging out. Oh, such a cutie too. Oh my gosh.
He's very cute. And he's such a purrer. He's a purrer and a biscuit maker. He's ridiculous.
That's so sweet. Did you get him from the same place that you got your other cat?
Yes, no, we got them both from PetSmarts, but different PetSmarts. And
Okay.
it's weird because I would have thought the same organizations would have done, and it's like two different. Both PetSmarts are provided pets by completely different organizations.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's interesting.
The one we got him from was the SPCA, and the other one, I don't know who runs. It's called Spaymart. I don't know who runs it, but this is the same lady every week. We see her when we go in there on weekends, and this woman's like 80 years old, and you would never know it. She seems like she's in her late 60s, and she's just like adopting kittens out everywhere. And, like,
Oh my gosh, yeah.
life and everything, but like,
well, I think especially now, like right now, like so many like mom cats are having their babies or have had their babies in the last few months, and so it's like now all these cats need homes, and you're like, please take some. Yeah. If I didn't live in an apartment that didn't allow pets, I'd be having cats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, on a wall. That'd be so. Can you imagine entering a home and just seeing this like gorgeous?
The details. You probably would see something different every time.
Yeah, it's one that you would have to take your time to look at because there's so much like to try to focus on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a while to get into the groove with the embroidery and noise in my ear, but now I love it. Oh, for sure. That
I
makes sense.
absolutely see that. I'm just so not there yet. Okay, yeah.
And a lot of the embroidery in this piece is very simple stitches, such as backstitch, whip stitch, and running stitch. Love that. I do listen to my books fast, but when I am doing it, I will slow them down a little while I'm, So that makes sense. Like if, again, depending on how mindless the task is, you up the speed or lower the speed. That totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So are we good for maybe like definitely one more sprint?
Yeah.
No guarantee that it's like not the last one. It might be the last one. We're not sure. That's as much warning as we can give you, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So let me reshare the screen. Hopefully I'm going to share the right one. Okie doke. Lovely. Oh, perfect. And that's the right screen I wanted it on. Okay. So we will see everybody in 45 minutes.
Excellent.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Hello, everyone. Anyone who's here. How did you all do? How was your sprint, Carly? I have to say, though, before you tell me, I think it was in the sprint, though, I looked at you at first when I sat down, and you had the kitty, and you were reading, and it was the sweetest thing ever. I was like the cats on sprints reading along with you. It was great.
Oh, he was just like purring. At some point, he was laying next to the computer. He's trying to get into my apples I have over here.
So cute.
Thank you. I read a nice little chunk. I am like kicking through. Like this was so helpful. Like it was just like because the beginning of it, I didn't dislike it. It was just not what I wanted it to be, and that's not the book's fault, and that's not just not the place I was in. But now, like it is what I wanted it to be. Now, like it just took for it to. Because I'm like, I just wanted like a grittier mystery. Like it wasn't like I just didn't want, a cozy whatever. And it wasn't like whatever. It was just more on that side than the grittier side. But now I'm like, yes, this is what I want.
Like it started off a bit more kind of like almost technical. Like there wasn't enough like emotion and things going on. It was being like, these are the clues. This is what we're missing. Yeah. And now it's
like we got into that real fast. I was surprised at how fast we got into that. And I'm like this book's pretty big for us to be getting into all these clues right away. And then the girl thing, which I mean, I don't mind the girl thing, but I was just like, get on with the mystery, get on with the thing.
Yeah, like okay, exactly. Yeah. So I'll be interested to see like what you think about how it ends, and then also like comparing it when you eventually read the second book, which is Peril at the Exposition is what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting, especially because again, it's written differently, and I'm really interested to see what you think. Like, I think you should almost go blind into book 2 and just react to how because it is, I would say it's quite different from book 1.
I'm trying to think. I feel like I read something relatively recently that was like, Vera Kelly. I may have mentioned this to you before. It's historical fiction, mysteries, queer. And I can't tell if the author's queer. I've been doing a dig on that, and I can't find that out. I think she's with a man, but that doesn't mean she isn't bi. Or anything, and I don't, discount that. But I cannot find a lot of other
like anything that's certain. Is she out too?
Right. So I don't know about that, but it all feels very realistic. But so far it's 3 books in this series, and the first 2 and a bit of the third, they're all very different from each other. Like it's very clearly a continuing like story, and her story is progressing as a character. It's not just her solving a mystery. It's like her as a character is progressing and moving on. But within that, the structure of the stories are very different. And I was like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting that, because so many mysteries when they're a series, they follow that same structure.
Like not necessarily copy and paste, but just like the tone's usually the same, the kind of like the conflict's the same. Like it's always going to be a cerebral conflict, or it's going to be like action-packed conflict. Like it's not going to, that totally makes sense.
Or it's not even like, there's not a lot of character growth or whatever. It's just, or there might not be a lot of character growth. It's just standard character solving, whatever.
Like it's not about the character development. It's just about the puzzle in itself, for sure. Hello again. Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed. So cute. They're gonna have to share that Instagram. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, it's Hold on.
I was gonna say you're gonna have to give us things. I know it's Talus. Is it Talus?
It's Talisker. My husband wanted to name him because he was gray after a Scotch. Talisker is the name of a Scotch. And
you've done it. There's been a picture. You've posted a picture with it,
and because like Scotches are like smoky, and he's gray, so it's like a smoky gray. Talisker Kitty, TaliskerKitty. But
yes, I would say I'm a follower of that Instagram.
But yeah, they're a mess. They're so sweet. It's so funny because they're very like. I mean, the other one's a little under a year, and then this one's a baby, but like even as babies, how different personalities they are. It's just like they're just completely
I don't think they're gonna balance each other out. I think I read like 20 pages as well, maybe like 21, and it's definitely picking up. I I think I know who it is. Like, I think I know who the killer is. And I think, like, I guess it's one of those moments where you're wondering how clever is the author? Like, how much credit can I give the author? Because the thing is this character, I've always thought this is the character throughout, but I don't know. Like, because obviously there's also, like, there's the clues. So obviously they're, like, the author King is kind of, like, playing into some of these tropes. But, like, I don't know if it's actually supposed to be that hard to figure out. Or, again, if this is more like the author kind of being satirical and, again, making fun of the complexities of, like, teenage detective fiction, when it's like, no, it's usually actually pretty simple. Like, it's usually not as complicated, where you need to be an expert in Freud or an expert in whoever to, like, so I don't know how much credit to give him. Like, I don't know if it's like, oh yeah, like, this is actually really clever because it's making a bit of fun, like, self-referencing, or if I'm actually, I don't know. I mean, I still have like 40 pages left, so maybe I'm wrong. If I am, I'll actually definitely have to give this credit, but yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. It is speeding up though, for sure.
Oh, good.
But there was a moment where the psychologist, who's like the psychoanalyst, he, like, of course, because it's like psychoanalysis and Freud and stuff, he's like, oh, like, there's always like this inherent, like, mode towards, like, maybe an inkling of incest, which I was like, shut up right now. I was like, do not delve into that water. And I was like, if any of these characters agree with him, I'm gonna freak out. And the one character who's, like, she was being interviewed, she, like, she shut him down immediately and being like, nope, that is 100% not the case. And, like, he was, like, sputtering and everyone just shut him down. And I was like, thank you. Because I was like, I refuse to be okay with this. Yeah, so funny. But so Jessica ended up heading out. I'm gonna watch some Big Bang Theory. Totally fine. Yeah, so I made sure to kind of quickly, I noticed it in the comments when we were sprinting. So I hope she saw that we kind of were like, thank you. Oh, and also Glenda. Hello. Yes, Glenda. Yes, so cute. So Nicole got 3.5 chapters read. And almost finished stitching down the tree and filmed it all. Oh my gosh. Also, like, that's the thing. You're listening while filming, and you know, like, you're doing like 3 tasks in one. That is great. Did you hear the cats? Was there another?
Yeah, there was a noise. There was something.
You're just like, what is that? So Camilla finished A Mouthful of Murder by Summer Prescott.
That's a good title too.
That's a really good. It makes you wonder, like, because mouthful, like, does that mean poison was involved, or is it like one of those mysteries that may be like food related, like food themed, or like drink themed?
Let's see. I am Googling.
Yeah. Also, Camilla, what did you think of it? Did you enjoy it? I was assuming if you finished it, that means you were like, it was good enough to finish. So from Aaron,
the cover of Mouthful is cupcakes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was gonna say that definitely that sounds a bit on par then. That's like the perfect name. Oh, that's so funny. So Aaron, hi, I was reading The 22 Murders of Madison May.
That's a great name too.
I know, you all are reading really interesting titles. I've never heard of that. The 22 Murders of Madison May. I'm like wondering, is that kind of like, what is it, the 7.5 deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle? I'm always like tempted to say Hugo, which is like frustrating. Yeah. Because like maybe like, or is it like a Groundhog's Day kind of situation? And then Nicole is saying hi to Erin, asking how she is, which is so nice. Oh yeah, so Danny started The Masked City, which is like the second book in that the library.
Right.
Yes. So The Invisible Library. So she got through 25 pages, started off with a bang. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it's like one of those series where, you know, like there's like no time difference and it's like action is starting right off. Yeah. Hopefully you remember how this other book ended, because
that kills me, because there are very few series where I read straight through. I have and mostly because mainly my mystery, my series are like cozy mysteries, and it's like I don't know. that straight there. But occasionally, like, I'll read something and then it's been so long. Some of that Sherry Thomas,
I thought of that too.
Where, because there was character stuff that I had
Mhm.
forgotten. Like, it didn't matter if I remembered the mystery, but there was character stuff where I'm like, I don't remember this. And
Yeah, I was the same.
Dragon Tattoo, there was a huge gap for me. I think what happened was I put the book on hold at the library, and I think something like technically happened, like where my book got lost in the hold, because like it was like over a year, and then I took it off the hold, put it on hold, and I got it in like 2 weeks. Like, I think it got like somehow got stuck, and then I forgot everything that happened. And I'm reading this book, and I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about, not a single thing. And so it's like sometimes like those, I'm like, That's another. Sometimes I swear out starting because I'm like, I'm not going to want to read them back to back to back to back unless I guess.
Well, yeah, because sometimes your brain also just needs a break, like depending on like how like crazy the world is, what was going on, if it was like really emotionally charged, or just if it was like just a long book and you're like, I can't put myself through that again right now. I'll do it later, but not right now.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad you brought up the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series, because that was literally both series you mentioned were the two I immediately thought of, because I also did that where I read Girl with Dragon Tattoo. I was like really invested. And then, I think it was a year or 2 years later, I was like, oh, I remember I loved this. I can't wait to start book 2. And it started off immediately. And I was like, I don't remember what happened in book 1.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think it started off with like one of the characters was like in the hospital. And I was like, I can't remember what put this person in the hospital. I don't know what happened.
Right.
Oh gosh. Anyway. Hopefully you're enjoying it, Danny. That's awesome. I'm so glad to start off with a bang. Camilla, is that a series that each book is a standalone, or do you have to start with book 1? Yeah, it does sound really cute. I'm imagining the cuteness makes it cozy mystery, because I'm pretty sure, Camilla, you were also, you just finished that book, so maybe you weren't going to, obviously didn't start it while you were reading it today. But we were talking about cozy mysteries earlier, so I think I'm just getting mixed up there. But I feel like if it's like a cozy mystery or mysteries, usually they don't have long overarching things that happen like across multiple books. If they do, that always surprises me. Like, I think the one that it surprised me with is, what was it? Like, it was a YA book. It was like Truly Devious, that series. I remember I started that and I didn't realize that the whole trilogy answered the big mystery. You had to read all 3 books to get all of the answers. And I was like, well, that's not what usually happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Checking in with each other, saying doing well, lovely. And then so Camilla came back and said, yeah, it's part of a series. But I wonder, like, probably I'm imagining like the murder gets solved by the end of the book is what I'm thinking. I can see an ear. A little kitty ear. So Nicole, yeah, the filming is just me stitching, and then I will do the voiceover at a later date as I'm vlogging each step. That way I don't have to worry about thinking what I'm doing and talking. Yeah, that totally makes sense. It's much better, but has some similarities. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So that's really exciting. So you're saying it's like much better than the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. I have to tell you, Aaron and everyone else, I've read 150 pages of that book, and I had to put it down because I was kind of getting chaotic in the semester and everything. And I swear I intend to get back to it. And then I just, I haven't since. I promise I will, but it's just it's a bit of a another mystery that's really dense. It's like historical fiction, but kind of a bit fantastical with like the elements that are going on. Like there's a plague doctor that's mysterious and all these other things happening. And I want to say it's like 350 pages or something like that. It's pretty long. Yeah. But I'm going to get to that. But now I'm actually intrigued about the 22, what was it called? The 22 Murders of Madison May, because that does sound really interesting to me. Okay. So Nicole, I have decided today that I'm going to listen to Wheel of Time while doing this project. Honestly, that makes sense. A long project, a long series.
And the project's like a wheel. It's like a circle. Like,
oh my, layers, all of the layers. Yes. I love that. That is awesome. So Danny says the Masked City had a few reminders built into the beginning in the form of a manuscript from the library. Cool. Oh yeah, cool. As well as it had some part like past tidbits added in so far. Yeah, that's really nice. And Camilla, it's part of the Half-Baked Murder series? What?
Well, then that might not have been the book I saw. Maybe there's more than one cozy mystery that's called the same title.
Yeah. Oh. Especially because I'm so confused that must, like, Camilla, did you get an arc of that book or something like that? I wonder because so Half-Baked Murder. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong book as well. Because let me look. Okay. So Half-Baked Murder is by, if I remember correctly, the author's name is Emily George. So if that's who your author is, don't mind me, you can probably hear me typing. Yeah, so A Half-Baked Murder, it's like the title of the series is A Cannabis Cafe series. So yeah, Camilla, I don't know if that is, then that's really exciting, and I need to get on that.
Is there more than one marijuana themed?
I know. Maybe it's not as unique as we thought.
Yeah.
Like maybe this has already happened and we just completely missed out. But oh my gosh, very exciting. I mean, either way, even if it ends up being a completely different series, I'm interested in it. So Aaron says, yes, I didn't like that book, to be honest. I was disappointed. Yeah, like the thing is I'm finding it intriguing. Again, I'm 150 pages in. I didn't put it down because I wasn't liking it, but there is an element that I would like to see if Aaron, if you think this, and Carly, if you eventually read it, you can let me know your thoughts. But I'm having an issue with one of the characters that, like, basically this isn't spoiling, but the main character, and it's like on the back of the book, but the main character we follow, the narrator, every day, like, is repeated basically. And I think it's like 7 or 8 times or something like that. And each day, the narrator finds themselves in a different person's body. But it's like as the days go by and get repeated, the narrator runs into themselves, and they're trying to solve the crime. Like this woman, by midnight every night, this woman Evelyn Hardcastle dies, and the narrator has been tasked to solve who killed her. And so the narrator like wakes up first disoriented and is this one character, and then every time they fall asleep or if they end up dying or whatever the case is, they restart the day, but hop into another person's body. So it's like really disorienting. Things are happening. And the reason why I'm finding this one perspective problematic is that it's a character who's obese, and the character's morbidly obese. And this is like set during, I'm assuming, like late 19th century, early 20th century, because like people are going by like using horses, but it also seems like they're in automobiles. So it's very vague in like the time period of where they're at. But this character who's morbidly obese is like described in like kind of ways that I feel like is really insulting. Like the way the character's eating, it's like described in grotesque ways. The narrator feels disgusted with themselves being in this person's body, like the immobility and everything. And I'm just like, and I think the whole idea is that it's meant to be a plot device, and like because this character has like, you know, a good mind, but like the narrator can only move so well in the person's body and like find certain clues, and like time's going by, and they're also very vulnerable in this person's body because people are like, there are some entities trying to prevent them from solving the crime for various reasons. And I was just like, it made me feel a bit like, you know, about it. Like I was like, I feel like there's something off, and I'm not really comfortable with how this character is being described. But Aaron, let me know what you think, because I was like, every time we entered that person's body, I was like, I don't like the way that they're depicting them. Even if the person was like kind of like not a nice person, we're not really meant to like them, I was like, they're still a human being, and I feel like there's some like fat phobia going on. But anyway, if you ever read it, Carly, I would like to know your thoughts on it too. But it's kind of a commitment.
Yeah.
So Camilla, I couldn't get into the Evelyn Hardcastle book, but I will try to read it again. Interesting future. Like the thing is, it's a really interesting concept, and I'm willing to keep moving forward. But I was like, and so Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, she read it, she gave it 4 stars, and I talked to her about the perspective as well because she had finished the book, and she said that it hadn't come to her mind, but like she's like, now that I'm reflecting on it and like trying to think back to those scenes, I could see that. So like I don't know, it's just interesting to think about. Yeah. Oh, so it is a different series. LOL. My author is Summer. Oh, that's right. Oh, you gave the author's name. I don't know why I missed that. Yeah. So Summer Prescott. But interesting. If you're enjoying it, then honestly, that sounds great. You still have a half-baked murder to look forward to in the future. And now I have a book recommendation. So everyone wins. And then Aaron says, agree 100%. It was really problematic. Yeah. I would like, I mean, I'm willing to move forward and like continue reading the book, but like that's going to 100% impact like if I end up finishing it, like my rating, and like when I review it, I'm going to make sure to add that, like no matter what, because it's kind of like we can't be the only ones who think this.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you I mean, I've talked about it with you, but I guess to everyone else who's still listening, have y'all read Murder Your Employer by Face Holmes, that I can't remember his full name at the moment. So I read that, and it's interesting because the reviews is that there are a lot of people that really like the book, but the people on Goodreads who don't like the book DNF'd it because they found it slow, which I did too. But so I don't have a lot of people who didn't like it that finished it to get a full like, you know, like wondering because and this doesn't really come into play until the end. But I found it to be a bit trans icky, is how I keep saying it. Like I'm not sure if it's out and out transphobic. And it's the same way with you, like where I think it's a plot device. And I think it's actually a really clever plot device in the sense of a mystery and what you're trying to accomplish within that mystery. But it's a lot of ick. I don't like it. Like I'm like, yeah, very ick. And I don't. And like, yeah, as of like, if this was a real life situation, which it's not, it would be a very clever thing to do, but it made me very uncomfortable. And there's not many people talking about it, but I think because the people who didn't like it didn't finish it. And
yeah, they were like, they didn't get to that part.
They never got to that part. And there's a couple of people on Goodreads who mention it, but very, very few. And everybody else is just like, we loved it, it was fun, which is valid. I mean, fine, you liked it and it was fun, but it's one of those.
It makes you wonder in regards to like people noticing like how like where's the threshold of what like when enough people start to notice, and it's like, wait, let's all talk about this. Like I know that Danny Dabbles, who's in the comments with us now, I know that Danny read it and I think Danny liked it, but it would be interesting to kind of discuss that because maybe again it's something that wasn't noticed and it's like goes over your head.
Not because the way I guess because I say it's trans ick and not transphobic or trans icky is what I'm saying, because it's not saying transphobic people as a whole are bad. Like that's not what it's doing. It's just I don't want to say because it spoils it. But it's it
like draws like it doesn't, or are you suggesting that it doesn't draw a line enough? That it seems like it's kind of saying some things are like not saying things are okay, but it's not saying enough things are not okay.
A little bit. And also this book takes place in the 50s, like in the 40s, like it takes place back then. And the author's older. So I don't know if all that plays a part into it. I think it's because to me it feels like when you hear the real life stories of a white woman committing a crime, and then when she will call the cops and tell the cops, oh, 2 black guys did the thing. And the cops are like, oh, cool. And then they go look for the black guys. And then it comes out later and later and later. And they're like, how many black people did they pull over and arrest and whatever? Because this white woman did that. It feels like that.
Yeah.
Where it's taking advantage of transphobicness for their own purposes. It's not out and out. Like it's.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. It does make me like, it makes me want to read it so I can fully picture what you mean. And then like, we could have, like have more of a discussion about it. And like, so Danny said that, like, so she loved Murder Your Employer. Don't remember it being transphobic. And you were saying that it's not exactly transphobic. It's a bit more nuanced.
It's more like, I feel like it's taking advantage of a group of people that are already looked bad upon. Is more of how I see it. Like it's, and I mean, and that is, I don't want to say it and spoil it because it is a major part of like the thing. But it feels to me like it's taking advantage. It's not saying all transphobic people, like trans people are bad. It's not saying that. It's not doing that. But I feel like it's taking advantage of I'm a marginalized community, sort of, is how I feel about it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
I wonder
really
if
clever.
it's similar to
It's
like
super clever, but
well, not in the same way because you're talking about cleverness, but I know like for instance, I remember when like American Dirt blew up and people like were like, "Oh, we love this." And like a lot of people like there was also a section of the community who were like, "Well, no, I don't think this person should be talking on this subject because, you know, like they're not part of this group." And so maybe I don't know, like not exactly you can't compare books in that way and like controversies in that way, but it kind of reminds me of that where people were like there are better representations that make more sense and who knows.
And it's not even that because it's not about rep as a whole because it's not it's so hard to explain without literally spoiling the ending.
Yeah.
But
well, Danny responded, "Oh, I know the scene you were talking about now. I did think that that was not necessary. I can see how that is taking advantage of a perception of a marginalized group of people." Yeah, like it's tough to kind of like explain these types of things when it's like there's not an all out you know, it'd be great if we like could pinpoint exactly what's going on, but when it's like slight things, one scene or something.
I feel like they could have done it without that or done it in a different way and had it seemed unnecessary. It just seemed like it was covered in a bunch of other ways that doing that. And because I'm like, you're now sending cops against people that are already disliked. Like essentially, it's like you're sending people to go after someone, a non-existent someone, but now real life people are going to be affected because a thing. And I was just like, oh no. And I mean, and it's supposed to be, I mean, these are people that are killing their bosses. And generally it's supposed to be like, they're not terrible people. It's supposed to be that your bosses are irredeemable. They've done things that they're irredeemable. You're not making killing like your job. You're going to kill your one person and that's it. Like, that's the point. Like, you're going to school, you learn how to kill this one person and then you're done for it for life. And so it's not supposed to be that they're terrible people. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I am like I was already interested in reading the book in general just because I thought it was like an interesting concept. But like now because it's you know, there's this like this question about it, I kind of want to know so I can give my own viewpoint on it and know what you're talking about. So I think I might actually, I'll add that to like higher to my list. Like maybe I'll make it a summer read or something. That would, and I'd borrow it from the library because that's what I was thinking about doing anyway. That was one of the side characters storyline, especially with the creativity of some of the other murders outlined in the book. It could have been done differently. That's really interesting. Now I'm like more intrigued just so I can kind of get a better picture of what you guys are talking about. And I think you're doing like a good job of like respectfully making sure you're not spoiling anything. Cause like if people are interested in reading it or knowing, like enter it so that you're like not completely spoiling the book or anything.
Danny, did you find it slow? I found it slow in the beginning. Like I was expecting it to be, it was just, I mean, and there was nothing wrong with it being the way it was. It was just, I found it, like I was expecting, I think, for it to be a little more fast paced. And I personally found it a little slow. And I was just wondering.
Yeah. And it makes you wonder too, like, is that like marketing? Was it like the way it was described sometimes? Like if you read the back of a book and you're like, that's not how it should be discussed because it's like not exactly the same.
I think the back of the book, because it was one of those, I need to stop reading Barnes & Noble's monthly book picks because I feel like they're lying all the time. And because I read Lessons in Chemistry first before they yeared it, and I was just like, lies, all lies. And then I read The Bandit Queens in like February, and it was fine, but it was so not the description that they gave. They made it seem like it was going to be like a fun heist, and I'm like, no. And I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with it. It was just something I never would have picked up. Like if I knew what it was actually about, or like the tone of what it was actually about, I just wouldn't have picked it up. And then this one, I actually was like, oh, yeah, that was actually kind of fairly well described. I'm just not sure. I just found it, I found it slow to a point. And then sometimes for me, when it takes me longer than I think it should, I get kind of done where I'm like, and then it feels like I'm reading the book and it feels like I'm actually not progressing. I'm like, I've been reading this book. I know I read like how many pages? How does it feel like I haven't progressed any further in this book? And I think I hit a point with that one where I was like, it's got to be finished. Like, I think I sat one day and I'm like, it's getting done, because I was just like, it. And I'm like, it wasn't really, I think it was just like, I went into it thinking it was going to be faster than it was. Because there wasn't really, I had other nitpicky things with it that was more about its construction as a whole, not so much the actual literal story.
Yeah.
I thought most of it was really clever and it was a really neat idea.
But like it's the mentality that you go in entering a book that can 100% like set you up incorrectly. And I think it's because like with Barnes and Noble, for instance, I can't imagine, like, I feel like it's not like they read the book and they're like, I am now going to describe to you what this is like. And I'm sure they're trying to make it unique and like what's going to sell the best way, rather than being like, let's be honest, so that the right readers are getting this book.
Well, because I'm like, oh, it'd be so much fun if we tell these people it's about like these women doing, I don't know, like, I think, how do I describe it? It was like, I can't even remember. But I'm like, it was so much easier to hand sell than being like, this is about a bunch of women who are raped constantly and abused by men in Indian culture constantly. And I'm like,
oh my gosh.
And I mean, and again, some people like really love like serious topics and serious things, and that's valid.
Yeah. But it's like, sell it correctly, especially like if someone's not ready for that type of like content warning too.
Yeah, because I'm like, this book was like, there are a couple of funny moments, but for me, mostly it felt very serious. And I was like, this is not what I wanted to read. And the cover is very like winky and cute and adorbs. And I was like, oh no.
My gosh.
But
So yeah, Danny says it was slow, but I liked that aspect. It gave a kind of nonchalance atmosphere to a very absurd topic. I thought it added to the oddity of the education the characters were receiving. Yeah, and I think it's just
put the nonchalance atmosphere. That's a very good way of putting it. It was a very nonchalant atmosphere. That's a great way of putting that.
Yeah, Danny, you should be the one to write this. You should write this. You should be writing the blurb for this book.
Yes, it's a very good, accurate description of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's why I think like the kind of content, especially like absurd topic, this kind of turning things on your head, like not that it's the same as like horrible bosses, but this idea of like, oh, how are these people going to kill them? Like it's different than being like, how are we going to solve this murder? It's like, no, I know who this person wants to kill. Like it's like like what is it called? Like inverse murder mystery or something.
Okay, yeah.
Hello. Such a curious little,
I know,
little kitty. So I don't know what you were thinking in regards to like, where's your husband at?
Apparently he's at a bar. He's at a very nice cocktail bar now. I was like,
that is so funny.
No, I'm like, okay.
It's like, okay, you're in a different horn or like playing a different tune than you did last time. That is so funny. I don't know if you were thinking of like doing another sprint, or are you like, we're probably good?
I mean, I can do another one if you want to do another one. It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what's crazy is I don't know if you noticed, we've gone for 6 hours, which is crazy.
I've had so much fun though. This has been great.
Yeah, me too. I'm so glad. Like, honestly, as soon as I think I reached out to you being like, if you ever want to do it, go ahead. And I was like, so excited when you finally were like, yeah, I'm into it.
Yeah. I wanted to mention, you were talking about the book that you're reading and how it had brought in this historical aspect, like because it's written of the time. So I had started to read, and I'm gonna go back to it. I had to stop because I needed to read the book tour things that we were doing. The Leah part. And I was like, I'm not gonna finish this in time to get those 2 done. So I put it down, and I was like, let me read some of this other stuff that has to go back to the library, and I'll go back to it. But it's called Green. I got it as an ARC, but it's already actually out. Like my library has it. If you
I know what you're going to say. Green for Danger.
Yes.
Oh my God. I have it as an ARC too, and I haven't read it.
But I think you'll like it. But
it's by the same as, you know who it is? She's the same author as the editor, right? Is that your editor?
Okay. Yeah. So it's super clever. It's a little like slower pace, but I'm super digging it. It was just like there was no way I was going to finish it and get all that other stuff by my like assigned dates. So what's interesting about it, and she says it, they say it in the author's note at the beginning, is that because it was written during World War II, and it's sort of like a manor mystery where it's like everything that happened in this one place, and these are your suspects, but it's in a war hospital, and so it's all the suspects were doctors and nurses and like the nuns who were working. But in the author's note, they said after it initially got published, and I guess it was picked up for like a second publishing or republishing, but it was still her. Like she was still alive, and she had to add a note going, because I guess people were put off by how nonchalant the characters were about the war. Because
Wow.
and this was written during the war. Like it was written, like it
Yeah.
was published in like 42 or something. Because they're having like bombing attacks. Like they're in the hospital and they're like, it opens with them doing like or not, it doesn't open, but it's early on. They're doing like a talent show, like a staff talent show, and bombing starts, and they're like, "Okay, go to your places." But they're very like, they're throwing little snide jokes, and they're very kind of offhanded about that. And I guess at the time of publication, I'm guessing maybe Americans or whoever, I don't know, but people were slightly put off by it, and she had to come out with an author's note going, I think I can't remember if she served, but her husband was a war doctor, and she was like, "This was my experience, that like people were very like." British stiff upper lip. He took it with this, and I was like, that's so interesting,
and coping mechanism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And so I'm like, I find that bit really fascinating. The story is really good, in and of itself too. But it was just like, oh, this. My husband and I talk about. We watch a lot of like older, kind of more obscure movies, and I call it a genre. It's not a genre, but that's how I refer to it. Movies that are made about World War II, like prior to the US entering World War II, like American made movies that are about, and the commentary that they're making about the, like, sometimes they're like, oh, it's not that, like, some of it you can tell is sort of propaganda, like we have to go in and fight this, and some of it isn't. It's a very interesting perspective of the war before we know how it ends. Because now like, we all have this one story. Like it's this, I mean, it's all these variations of the one story, but we know the story, Nazis were bad, and this was bad, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Like, look at us Americans coming in to save the day, when it's like, we weren't there for most of it, but okay. Yeah.
But like The Great Dictator, Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator, that was done like during the war, right before the war. Like that's not, it's a commentary about the war and about Hitler, but like I don't think Americans had entered the war yet. I think it came out right after maybe we entered, but we hadn't really entered yet.
And also, like, think about the production. Like, even if it came out after, that doesn't mean it wasn't like shot, before.
Yeah. And so there's just a random like,
hello.
There's a couple like Hitchcock movies that are like that too, and it's just it's interesting. Some of them are like funny, like it's not supposed to be, they're all not all serious hardcore topics, but it's it's a very interesting time capsule of what people were thinking about the war in that moment, and how much that narrative is not completely different, but it's not the same as what we get now. And I kind of love that, and so I love reading these books that are written during that time and that perception of what was going on.
Well, especially because like when you bring that up, especially with like Green for Danger and how like people making snarky, like funny comments as like things are going on. I didn't know this until so on She Done It, Caroline, the host, she interviewed Lucy Worsley, and I don't know if you like heard that episode, but there's like Lucy's like a historian, and she recently wrote a biography on Agatha Christie, her perspective of it, and she said that like a lot of us talk about how murder, The Mysterious Affair of Styles is like, Agatha Christie's first book. And she's like, well, actually, there was a story before that. And it was like when she was working for the dispensary, like during World War I. So like she wrote this story, like they wrote this kind of like newsletter-y magazine while they were like working in the war and everything. And like she wrote this like mystery play where it was like who killed this person, like the doctors or the nurses, like during this again, it was kind of very funny, very like kind of like smart, humorous dialogue back and forth, and like so that's technically her first story, but that was like back when she wrote it during World War I, and it's like to like keep things lively, to keep things light, like that's 100% part of like keeping morale up. So like that makes sense that like Christiana Brand would have written a similar thing. So
is that available to like read for anybody, or like,
I don't know. I've wondered the same thing, and I've never taken the time to actually look into it. But like I'm imagining there's like probably archives or something. But the only problem is of course it's like Lucy Worsley knows this because she's a British historian in the UK, and it's like, do we have access in the US or elsewhere? So it would be interesting to know that. But also, so Danny, back onto Murder Your Employer, it gave me Addams Family vibes, not in the genre, but in the sense that they think things are normal that everyone else finds terrifying.
I get that. That makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah. And then Camilla says, oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just responding to this.
It doesn't feel like we've been here. I know.
So
and the thing is, let's be honest, we've been talking more than we've been sprinting too.
Yeah.
So it's like we're just having a good time.
Yeah. So I physically read Murder Your Employer, but the audiobook I think is read by Neil Patrick Harris. So I don't know how much that plays into, because he's got such a great personality and voice and everything else.
That's so, I just find that so interesting when like he's also an author, he's written things, but like when it's like an actor actually does a voice narration, like how did they get this job? Were they approached? Like what? Like, were they just like, I'm gonna dabble in this now? It's just.
And I'm wondering, because I mentioned earlier that I don't really listen to fiction on audio, but I did last year. I picked a couple of fiction books that I had already actually read, because I was afraid, like, and I know it's the same, and I've read the studies that say it's the same parts of your memory store it, but for me, it does feel very different. Like for me as a process, as an activity, it feels different. And that's why I do my audio, because I'm like, I physically enjoy reading, like physically seeing it. And I'm like, I don't enjoy audiobooks in the same way. Like it's not the same pleasure bits in my head. And so I'm like, I don't know if I want to read fictional books on audio, because that takes that away. And I'm like, would I drift? Would I notice if I drift? Like if it's nonfiction books that I'm already kind of on anyway, I don't know if I care as much as I drift, even though I rewind all the time. But it's different. It's different. It's a whole different thing for my head. But so last year I did a couple of books just to see how I felt about it, but books that I had already read. So if I missed stuff, it didn't matter. But I found Anne of Green Gables, and Kate Burton read it. I don't know if you know who that is. She's Richard Burton's daughter, like Liz Taylor's ex-husband. Richard. I knew her first from Scandal. She played one of the vice presidents in the TV show Scandal. And my friend I with, she was like, "Oh, that's Richard Burton's daughter," and I'm like, "Oh." And apparently she's like pretty decently known. I just didn't know who she was, and she wasn't. And she was a great reader. And for this, and she wasn't out and out doing voices, but she was kind of doing voices. Like it was interesting. Like her voice for each character slightly changed in pitch. It wasn't like she was doing "I'm Matthew," but like it was
like super obvious.
It was just, but I was like, "Oh, this is cool!" Like because I didn't know how the voice works would go, and if what different people do, what the choices are made, and all that stuff. And I was like, "Oh, this is cool." But I was like,
"Oh, you know what?" For like an audiobook, I can say that like, especially when I started going, and I've talked about a friend of mine at the library, she's just started doing audiobooks now, and she's like, a whole new world. Like I didn't realize, and she was used to be completely adamant against it. She's like, I just don't think I'm into that. I just don't think I can, again, process it that way. But like what I kind of was telling her is that like I choose books for audiobooks that I like don't like, there are some books where I'm like, no, I want to physically read this. Like I'm going to physically read this. I feel like I'm going to want to pay attention to all those things. So the books that I choose for audiobooks are ones I don't think like usually, again, like I kind of choose romance, or maybe I'll choose like a cozy mystery that I don't necessarily want to pay attention as much to. But like with Golden Age, the thing that I found with Golden Age is that I actually don't like listening to those on audiobook. One, because I think this is like a marketing thing that the who they choose and who they hire for voice narrators, they're assuming that Golden Age detective fiction, because it was published, 50 plus years ago, about 100 years ago at this point right now, they're assuming it's an older generation who's reading it. So they're choosing an older narrator, which again can be appropriate if the narrator in the story is older, or if like the characters we're following are older. But it's like we'll have someone who's like 25 trying to solve a crime, and we're reading it for someone who may be in their 60s. And I'm just like, match them. Right. You're assuming who the audience age is. So you're like, oh, if this is an older person listening, they're going to want to hear an older voice. And it's like, no, I want an authentic voice that makes sense. And so I can't listen to Golden Age detective fiction. I've tried it. And the only times I do it is when I'm doing research for She Done It. And I still know for a fact that it negatively impacts my reading experience. So
I know you did this. I know you've mentioned this before in one of your other videos. I don't know if we've explicitly talked about it, but and somebody mentioned it down here, I think, in one of the comments, that they will do an audiobook while reading, like physically reading, like they will.
Yes.
How is that? Because I thought about doing that with Emma. I keep putting off Emma. I'm kind of.
That was one of the first books I did that was with Emma.
In my head, because I think I really want to read the Claudia Gray book. Wickham,
The Murder of Mr. Wickham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to read that.
Book 2 just came out, by the way.
And I'm because I'm also like, I need to read it now because so Claudia Gray is local to New Orleans, which didn't know until like after the first one came out, and she started doing a lot of local events, and I was like, oh my god,
like I can go to these.
Right. And so and my bookstore, my favorite local did and it was way after it came out, but they did a murder mystery party. They did like a Jane Austen themed murder mystery party, and I didn't get to go because they could only have so many people. And I think they just did one this week for the new one, and I think they're doing it again in July. And I'm like, I'm kind of on a spending freeze, but I'm like,
I know, but it sounds so fun.
And I'm like, I haven't even read the first one yet because I kind of feel like I've read Pride and Prejudice. That's the one I'm most familiar with. I've read Sense and Sensibility a very long time ago, and I remember not liking it. I feel like there were too many people with too many of the same names, and I couldn't track. And I read Mansfield Park in college, and I just remember making inappropriate fanny jokes when I read it. Like, I don't really remember what it was about, and because I was dumb and I was in college. But those are the only ones I've read. And I've another friend of mine was reading the Wickham book, and she was saying she personally felt like she needed to read Emma and Persuasion first. Because she said she started to read, I think she got it from the library, she started to read it and was like, oh, I should read these first. And I think you said you felt like you didn't have to.
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as you. When I started reading The Murder of Mr. Wickham, I read Sense and Sensibility and Pride and Prejudice. And I read Pride and Prejudice years ago for school, like twice. I had it like one in high school and one in college. And I think that's like caused me to not really be that into that book. And I should try it again just as like a general reader. But I read Sense and Sensibility with a friend, and I was surprised. And I think it's because I went into it with skepticism because I didn't have a great experience with Pride and Prejudice, that I was surprised that I actually liked that one. So I think that kind of helped alter it. And so I read those two books before I read The Murder of Mr. Wickham. And I didn't feel like I felt it was okay. It actually made me want to go ahead and read the other books afterwards. Because one, in regards to like the two detectives who are kind of trying to solve the crime, neither of those characters are like technically in the Jane Austen canon. They are created by Claudia Gray because they're
like children characters, right?
Yes. They're like the son and the daughter of two separate. One's the daughter from Northanger Abbey, and then the other one's the son from Pride and Prejudice. So they're just brand new characters, and I think that helped. And so there were some nuances, like in regards to like Mansfield Park and all of them. But I personally was fine with it. But I'm also like, I don't know. I think it depends on how much, I guess, like if we want to call it FOMO, you want to feel, not knowing how much nuances. Like I felt like the big ones I needed to read actually personally were Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility.
Right.
I will say if you want to read like the next one, if you want to read it, probably should be Emma because it's set at the Knightley's home. Like they're the ones where like everyone comes in. So that might be kind of nice to know what's going on. But I ended up reading Emma afterwards because I was like so interested in it from reading The Murder of Mr. Wickham. And I think I liked, again, Pride and Prejudice is kind of a skewed memory, but I liked Emma more than Pride and Prejudice, but I liked Sense and Sensibility more. So who knows? This might be like a wild, this might be where we disagree again, which is totally fine, but it's just a very funny thing.
Emma just intimidates me so much for reasons I'm not even sure. I think it feels, my copy is very big, and I think the paper's thick, because when I looked at the page count, it's not that big. It's not much longer than this, but it looks like it's longer.
Mentally.
And so I'm like, I'm freaked out by it, and I don't know. But I will say about Pride and Prejudice, have you watched any of the adaptations, the film adaptations or anything?
The one with Keira Knightley?
Okay.
Is that one of them?
Yeah.
So I've definitely seen that one, I think. Yeah.
So I'll say from my personal story of Pride and Prejudice is that I saw that movie, then I read it pretty much almost immediately. And I think that actually probably helped. I don't know what I would have thought of Pride and Prejudice if I read it by itself. And so I do kind of wonder if I would have went back and like watched, and I think I own it. I got it for like $4 at a Best Buy or something, but like the Emma Thompson Sensibility, and watched that movie and then reread the book. Cause I'm like I struggle with Shakespeare a little bit. Like I find some of the language a little bit convoluted.
It's meant to be watched as well. Like it's a play. You're not meant to read it really, And
and I know like in the Jane Austens, like they're supposed to be funny, but it's not necessarily that we get the funny because it's not
Yeah.
our time period. And so I found like I watched the movie and I was like, like I loved the Keira Knightley Matthew McFadyen movie, like melted me. And then and so then I immediately had to read it. But I think because I could see
Yeah.
it and I could like track it, and I was like, okay. But I'm like, I do wonder how I would have felt about it if I read it without that guidance, like.
Oh, for sure. Well, it kind of reminds me because even with even with Sense and Sensibility, actually, after I read it, I liked it. I didn't dislike it. I liked it, but I actually gained a better appreciation for it when I watched. There's like a BBC kind of series where it's like in two parts. Like I think it's from 2006 or something, or 2008, and I watched that, and that enhanced my experience liking it more.
Yeah.
So like I think there's something to say that, especially with Jane Austen, because it's just older language. We're in a different time period. We're gonna understand different humor. Seeing it on screen completely changes it. So, and with Emma, fun fact, Clueless is a So like, if you've seen Clueless, you kind of can assume certain creative licenses were taken in that movie, of course. But like, it's kind of fun to think that that's like a modern day Emma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting Wickham so I can read Emma, but I'm so intimidated by Emma that I haven't read Emma.
Because that's the thickest one that I think Jane Austen has, if I'm, at least the thickest one I've read. But yeah, so I physically read it while listening to an audiobook from YouTube, actually. So I just like turned the YouTube video on because I think I like, if I wanted to borrow it from Libby, it like was going to be weeks, and I was like, I'll just listen to the YouTube version. And I thought that was fine. I thought the person did fine. You can like speed it up and slow it down just like you would an audiobook. So yeah. I would do it. And it kept me going, because there are times, again, with Jane Austen where it feels like the action is kind of dragging. But when the audiobook just kept going, I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep turning the pages. And I thought it was fine. I recommend it.
I haven't tried that yet. And I've been curious. I think ever since you said it, because I think that was the first time I had heard anybody say they did that. Like, it was just new to me.
Yeah, you don't think about it.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, is that a thing I should do? And I haven't done that yet. And so I'm like,
yeah, for sure. It's a hack that I haven't used since Emma, but in my mind, I'm like, if there's ever a classic that I find intimidating, this is literally what I'm going to do, because I think it just helps you process the dialogue and maybe the cadences and how people speak. I don't know. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Nina just had dinner. Lovely. I'm 28 or 28. Where did those numbers come from? 84% of my book done. Now, I could do with another sprint. Lovely. Well, we'll do another one. It'll be like our last one, probably, because it's getting late.
Yeah.
Which is, again, crazy how it's gotten late. I don't know what's happened. It's dark outside now. I can't do audiobooks. I've tried, and it is just not my thing. I can't.
Valid.
Totally. Another friend of mine, she's like, she knows that she won't be able to pay attention. She's like, my attention span, something else will be happening. And she's like, I know I'll get frustrated. So it's like, yeah, if that's not your thing, totally fine.
I tried kind of right when I started to do audiobooks. I was like, and this was during COVID and Black Lives Matter, and just that time period is when I started to actually read, because I think I was trying to buy and support my indie bookstores instead of just going whatever. I was buying like actually new release books and paying attention to what was being released now, because most of what I used to like older books, and I still read a lot of older books, but now I'm reading a lot more things that are coming out when they come out. And I was seeing all the anti-racism books. What's his face's How to Be an Anti-Racist, and I was like, oh, I should read that. But I was like, who's never going to be able to get through that? It's going to take me 8 months to read, and then I won't read anything else all year. Is this girl? And so I was like, I'll get that as an audiobook. I still couldn't do it.
Oh no!
I couldn't do it. And I'm like, I am like very motivated to read this book, and I was just like, I'm like, and I still like Girly Drinks. I'm like, Girly Drinks, and it's super pop culture. It's not supposed to be this dense read, and I'm still like on the third checkout, and I'm like, I can't. Like, I'll have to go to something else. I do my best with celebrity memoirs, but even then, I checked out Jane Fonda's memoir. She wrote one like 20 years ago. I'm like, girl, you need to like make an addendum. So much has happened in your life.
Like a part 2.
This thing is 20 hours long.
Oh my god!
Like,
that is such a long audiobook.
And so I'm like, I think I get put off by the length, where I'm like, I'm trucking along, but it feels like I'm gonna still take. I have 14 hours left on this thing. Like, oh my god! So I'm like, that went away, and it wasn't like an official DNF of like, because I was like, oh, it went away. Like maybe I'll make it come
Yeah, like
back.
maybe I'll get it again.
Maybe.
Especially like, yeah, if you borrow it and then it disappears and you're like, will I ever start that again? Like, am
Yes.
I gonna? It's like,
That's
no.
how most of my DNFs happen, is when things have to go back to the library, and it's like, oh well, the choice was made for me.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Like I didn't choose it. DNF
yeah,
chose me.
yes,
Oh,
yes.
actually, well, speaking of, so with audiobooks, I just thought about this, Nina. What you might want to do is like doing audiobooks for, like, I thought about this. Like, so a friend of mine told me this at the library, that this is what she does. She, like,
I'm
sometimes she'll do
listening.
audio. Oh, you're fine. She'll do audiobooks for books that like her favorite books that she's already read. Like she physically read them and now she wants to maybe reread them or get another experience. So rather than taking the time to physically reread it, she'll try the audiobook and that'll add like a different texture. Like it's like you rereading the book. Like you already know you love the world. You already know that like it's a really good story and you're familiar with it. So you don't feel as badly if you're like not paying attention as much or something. So maybe that can be like, if you ever wanted to do audiobooks again, like do a reread, right?
Yeah, I have a friend who does. When she has trouble falling asleep, will put
Mhm.
on like Murder on the Orient Express or something that she's read
Yeah.
plenty of times, or Harry Potter,
Mhm.
and set the timer and just go to sleep listening to like audiobooks, because she's like, I
Mhm.
already know it. So if I miss it, if it keeps going and I fall asleep, she's like, I know it. I know it too well that it doesn't matter,
Mhm.
and
That's
uses that
yeah.
for that. But
That sounds easy. Yeah, that's perfect.
might
That
be the opposite of what their goal is.
I
But
know exactly. They're like, well, we actually want you to be. It's like, no, it's okay.
yeah.
So, Danny, I love immersive reading. I tend to do it with books that are too dense to just listen. It's
Okay.
great for chunky books as well. Yeah, totally. Like especially because I'm not chunky, but it's like the audiobook is quite long. Like if you just look at the audiobook, like I remember it was like longer. I think it's like 14 hours or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's a thicker book. And yeah, I think it like helps you keep motivated, keep going. And it's like a
Yeah.
way for you to kind of have your brain like sometimes not have to work as hard if you're like, oh my gosh, I'm getting tired or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are supposed to help with the visual components of plays because, as you said, they are supposed to be seen. Yeah, that totally makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. Actually, so even this past semester, I took a Shakespeare course, and I tell you, like our professor encouraged us. He's like, borrow the full like audiobooks that have like the full on plays, like find them on YouTube, like there's full audiobooks there, or like if you can find physical like entire productions. But he's like, modern day productions usually cut out scenes, so be aware of that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it adds to the experience, the way someone delivers a line and then hearing
Yeah.
them. So
Mm-hmm.
interesting. But okay, maybe we should start our final sprint. Let me
Yes.
get the screen back up. Am I going to do this? Yes, I am. Okay, good. Click the right one. I think it has 15 minutes. We'll do it for long. But also, before I do that, one last thing that's like a nifty magic. Yes. And then can I do more than one ticker? No. But also check out Carly. Everybody check out Carly at Bookish Pixie Reads. I was very proud that I typed that up. So everyone do that. I'll make sure to do that when we come back and like are chatting again before we go, just in case anyone missed out on that. Yes. Okay. So we'll see everybody in 45 minutes.
Yay.
Hello, everybody. I'm not seeing Carly.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
I can't hear you.
Oh my gosh, that's so weird.
Can you talk now?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, my audio went low. I didn't even touch it. I have no idea.
I wonder if it's like, here, so I can hear myself. That's so strange.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, it's a
I
little.
don't want you to hear yourself. Because I never actually messed with the audio, so it was probably hearing you without my audio being up.
That's so strange. Because like now I can hear myself, but it's like a lower echo.
I lowered the audio, so maybe it wouldn't be as weird for you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so
I have no
weird.
idea.
And I also don't see you. I don't know if that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see myself.
What is going on? I wonder if it's just me. That's so weird. What if I'm gonna remove you? Then I added you again? Nothing. I don't know.
Well, it's good it was our last one.
I know. Oh my gosh, that's like honestly, when it comes to live streams and like I don't know, reading sprints, it's always a mess. Something always happens.
Well, glad we were able to keep that on.
Yeah, same. Well, I guess we will say goodbye to everyone now. I hope that your final sprints were good. I hope everyone has a good night, has a good morning. Also, don't forget
Oh,
check out Carly.
thank you.
Yes. So that is the same handle for Carly's Instagram as well. So
Yes.
check all that out.
Okay,
Okay,
I think I read like 100 pages too, so.
Oh my gosh, me too. I swear I was originally going to do the audiobook, right? And then I just kept reading this and I just kept putting it off. So this reading sprint actually helped me get like 100 pages.
Yay!
Crazy. Yeah, like I'm so glad that we did this.
Yeah, I had so much fun. Thank you.
Yeah, so Carly's screen one is black. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like it's just black. It's really weird. But yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks, Camilla, and thanks, Danny. We will see you guys in the next one, hopefully. Yeah, and Carly, you are welcome anytime, genuinely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna end the broadcast.
Okay.
And then you can stay in the studio and maybe we can chat for a second
Okay.
anyway. But okay, bye everybody.
Bye.